panangan niya. Nagwinay Jansun enaw na po, senangis mo janti kanti. Ufazu osu isang badotu jani pastotu gijadilen. Jani pastotu gijadilen. Jani pastotu gijadilen.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM. Angeles mga kanta dan suabe na kumpas. Gloria Astus ilangit dan paray tau-tau pas. Gloria Astus ilangit dan paray tau-tau pas. Gloria Astus ilangit dan paray tau-tau pas. Ekuluki kanta niniha nagay gigiyun establo. Ilijang gijabelen ininyo na'y mafanyago. Ilijang gijabelen ininyo na'y mafanyago. Ilijang gijabelen ininyo na'y mafanyago. Gloria Astus ilangit. Gloria Astus ilangit. O tau-tau Israel siya basta manangis. Sa motus tay Mesiyas pagunahanin. Sa motus tay Mesiyas pagunahanin. Sa motus tay Mesiyas pagunahanin. Usijata adora irai manrai siha. Tatuna janta onra ilahin jus magahe.
selten meg. Ett så ite saluda, antes Dio hum niga. Radzaudzan malak estrezas, durante em todo em memu. A nogi distância, como kupugi palu, zangiman malak guafi. Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo e tempo e paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines, Mundan, Minale. Osaina, Oaniti, Inumari, Amines, Mundan, Minale.
Good morning. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Nice skyline for the last show of the year.
Oh, wow. That is beautiful. Yeah, I saw some of the pink coming up as I made my commute from the south. I journey from the south. You can always see, as newsflash, sunrise on the east side. And so on the east side, always saw that pink, especially driving past Pago Bay from the Jotnya Berdayus Mansion Lookout. Beautiful. And it is the last show of 2021. Yep. It's the last Thursday of 2021. The last time I'll say good morning, Guam, for 2021. As we are taking the holiday. Yep, there's just one thing this pandemic made us want to do. It made us want to take the holiday.
So you are. I'm not. I work tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
I anchor the news.
Good for you, bro. Well, Happy New Year and Happy New Year's Eve. It's The Link. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. Good morning to our listeners on The Breeze. Good morning on you. Kahulu. Wipe away the mugu. Thank you guys. We're KUAM-FM, Magani, Guam. It's 93.9 on The Breeze. Also, our Facebook Live audience joining us this morning. Good morning, Facebook Live. What we got here? Rosemary Laguanya, good morning. Elizabeth Agagi, good morning. Joe Ojeda, good morning. Ken Paulino, good morning. Connie Ann McQueen, good morning from Texas. Yeehaw. Dorothy Parker, good morning from San Diego. Good morning, my Chamorro San Diegans. Tony Martinez, good morning, Guam. Auntie Agnes Tudela Cabrera. I have a video, guys, I'm going to put in the chat. She dropped us breakfast yesterday, and we're going to tell you all about it coming up here on The Link. What else we got going on today, Jay?
I bet you that's the one.
You guys, there's something going on over these two over here. There's some kind of technical thing. But Sean Gumatauto, that's it. That's all. He's coming on. There's a new episode of the podcast on the KUAM Podcast Network. Also want to just clue you guys in. Working on a bunch of big things next year with the KUAM Podcast Network. We're going to be bringing you some new podcasts that are going to be pretty awesome, featuring some new faces and some very, very familiar faces. That's all coming up in 2022. Also, 8 o'clock this
What are
morning.
those new faces such as?
Well, I don't want to spoil it.
I might like to know, seeing as how like I'm the guy who like sets everything up. Hopefully longer than 5 minutes before.
Oh, you got it, bro. You got it. Well, okay, so
can you give us like a little?
I got a meeting with
hint?
Farron today. Farron Tyron,
Oh, Farron, okay,
the Guam
that'd be
guy.
good.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and fold him into our network here and amplify his voice a little bit. I love what he does. It's kind of like Enviro Adventure style. So, well, there's one, and the others I don't want to. Well, okay, I'm also working on something with Father Eric Forbes. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah. That's coming up next year. You know, to give too much, just a little heads up for the upcoming new year, and we'll try and go over the top stories of the year, what Jason plans on doing with himself in 2022, what we plan on, what he plans on doing with himself in 2022 that we can talk about. Asterisk. Yeah, it's all coming up here. Agnes Tudela Cabrera, thank you so much for the breakfast yesterday.
Yes, thank you, Auntie Agnes.
I'm going to put that in the
was
chat for you guys if I can find it. Yeah, so also Attorney General Levin Camacho is coming on this morning. There's like 20 million things going on with the AG. So we'll get him on to talk about that on the way on the link at 6:27. Thank you so much. She brought us like a frittata, but not like the frittata. I got excited because I thought it was frittata, but frittata, there's another dish called frittata, and it's like eggs. Not your nana's frittata, which is pig blood and guts boiled forever. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, good morning. Emma Olalia, good morning. Happy New Year. Have a great day. Please be safe all. Bev Test, Jay Solis. Buenas familia KUAM from today's road. Challen Pagu, get it? Good morning on you guys. Mark Tyra, good morning, KUAM family, and good morning to all you awesome people in here. Yep. Chris Cave, good morning and off a day, KUAM. Good morning on you. Mary May Messias, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Brrr. Laney Joe Beneventi, good morning. Angel Pete Quintanilla Castro, good morning on you, Chris Cave. Dorothy Parker, wishing KUAM staff a happy and safe new year. Joey and Vanji Gogui, Manana Sido's Team Link, Happy New Year, be safe. Where are you guys walking at this morning? They're usually walking in the morning. Marcy Flores, good morning, everyone. Love you all. Love you too, girl.
What is the best place to walk in the morning on Guam?
Best place to walk in the morning.
Because, you know, Paseo's really popular
Sure
for
it is.
sundown.
Okay, I'm going to give you a secret hack, okay? Best place to walk in the morning on Guam, Ipan Cemetery. I forget that. I don't know if it's Togcha.
Togcha.
You know, the one that you drive
and
it.
you drive like down the road.
You drive down, then you
and
go.
you can literally drive like through the cemetery.
You
'cause-
could, but
yeah.
just drive down, park on the grass as you get in, and there's a whole trail that goes all the way to like all up and down the beach there.
Yeah.
A lot of people walk their dogs there, but that's where you're going to catch the sunrise. It's going to be beautiful. And it's also like a different, because of those like pine trees. What do you call those again, Jay?
The Ironwood.
Yeah. So there's all those. Very nice.
Got like Guam's Christmas tree.
Yeah,
Airport,
it's,
the
very, it's
Ironwood.
really, really cool. And then there's some. It's just a different type of scene for Guam. At 6:30.
You know what I was thinking about the other day, and you know,
What were you thinking about
You
the
live
other day?
down there, so you'll be able to qualify this. You know, when you go through Talafofo Village, right, and you
Yeah.
come out at Talafofo Bay, and you can take it like a right and go down the hill towards the bay, or if you come like around Just Pirates Cove and go up that hill.
Right.
Remember way back when you used to have to sound your horn when you would like be approaching the
Yeah.
top of the hill? Do
Yeah.
you still have to sound your horn?
You don't have to because there's a stop sign there now.
Oh, is that what it was? So there was just no stop sign, so you would like just let people know that you were approaching?
Yeah.
I didn't know
think
why
so.
that was the reason. I just know like every time you go there, it's like beep beep. It was that, and then they also did that. I think there was the same thing near former Mayor Buck Cruz's house in
Molesso.
Molesso, right? Like when
also
you're
in
going up the hill.
Interlawn, as you pass Bear Rock, there was a little tap,
Yeah.
tap, tap, sound your horn.
So that's what that was, just because there were no stop signs.
I want to say, yeah.
Wow. But I remember that, like going around like the island and everything like that. There would be. That's funny because there was one of those signs and it would say like, please sound horn. Do you guys remember that, Link fam? Like having to actually like sound your horn and it's not when you get to the top of the hill, it's when you're approaching.
Yeah.
And now, like if you go like
There used to be a lot of accidents there, man.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Overlook, and then you turn Talafofo, and then
Yeah.
you go Talafofo Bay. Yeah. There's actually that's a dangerous spot because when we had these people, what do they call them? They come from somewhere else. They just pay a lot of money. They go on a plane. They come here. They stay in a hotel. They go to Valley of the Laddie. They do. They're called tourists.
Rhymes with jurists.
Yeah, tourists. When we had these people called tourists, a lot of them don't know that is a stop sign, and they would be coming from like the south or and they would just gun it right through
They
that
just
thing.
barrel through.
Ooh, boy, that's crazy. So just be safe. Always be safe all the time.
But okay, and you and I both grew up knowing how to drive standard transmission. Right?
Yeah, that's
like,
right.
Joe, sir,
It's called a stick shift.
Yeah,
kids.
did you learn stick shift or automatic? Stick shift. Everybody learned stick shift from our generation, right? I think the two most challenging places to negotiate stick shift is when you're coming from Talafofo Bay and say like you're going to take a left into
Yeah.
the village towards Notre Dame.
Yeah, because you got to balance.
Yeah, you would really have to like work the clutch, and when you're going up, I mean that's a steep hill. The worst one, in my opinion, was over in Tumon remember when Tahiti Rama was open?
Yeah.
Before they made like
Right.
the whole
So you're
strip.
talking about where the plaza is, the little.
Yeah, I mean right now when you go in there, I mean it's still a pretty steep hill, but remember how it was before? It
Yeah,
was
there's
really
a
up there.
stoplight now.
And because it was right near the beach, you would get all that sea spray. And if you weren't an absolute rock star badass when it came to like negotiating the clutch,
You might have to peel out to make it out of there. Is what he's
Yeah.
trying to say.
yeah. I just thought about that now. The only other place that was maybe even more difficult than that was if you're going up Happy Landing Road, like right at the top,
Yeah, same
and if
thing.
it rained.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yep.
I once tried to actually go. This is how much of a nerd I
I
am.
once tried to actually.
This was like maybe 6 years ago. I took my Android phone and I went there and I downloaded like an app that like can like measure elevation.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is the angle that Happy Landing Road takes? Because a lot of people are like that. Have you ever tried walking up or biking up like Happy Landing Road? Your legs will be on fire, my
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah. Okay.
That is really, really.
So what was
steep.
the angle? Is it like what 45%?
I think it
45
was
degrees
like
or whatever?
47 or something.
45%. I was thinking of my math grade in high school. 6:33. Yeah, hey, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. They're proud to sponsor this show, which it's Thursday. It's the last Thursday of 2021, but because we're taking the holiday tomorrow, all of our Friday stuff is moved over here. So we have Feed Me Fridays on a Thursday. We have a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast. We've got Sports Link with Dave Delgado from the KUAM sports team. And we've also got some New Year's cocktails for you.
And Feed Me Friday, you guys are really going to like this because, it's been Bree and Chris for so many different times. It's been
Why you
Tyler
gotta
and
say it
Hannah.
like
It's
that?
been
This has
Daniel.
been Bree and Chris for
Yeah.
so many times.
Today we've actually got Isaiah Uggan and Lacey
Yeah.
Martinez. And
Nice.
they went and it wasn't like, okay, are we going to have, they had the crazy combo like last week. They've you've tried,
Yeah, it was like appetizers,
Either appetizers or
and
desserts.
Yeah, which is cool. And they kind of go this whole like Lacey's a big foodie. I mean, who's not a foodie? People love to eat. She's really into it though.
Yeah.
And Isaiah, I've done a Feed Me Fridays with Isaiah. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
So that's coming up here.
But that I mean, it's pretty much like a simple decision. Are you like team appetizers
Yeah.
or team dessert?
Right, appetizers all the way. Joey and Vanji Gogi are walking at Tizen. Best
very
place
nice.
to walk. They say less people. There's less people. It is very safe.
Well, actually, you know what, Joey and Vanji, if you can, because we're going to talk about this when we get to news on how like the car score and the numbers are coming up. If people are already going there or they seem like they're lining up, can you just put a note in the comments about how maybe the line might be
Oh, the
for
testing,
testing?
site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
thank you.
in fact it is at all, like if you
Yeah.
could just help us out, thank you.
Oh, we are starting to see a little. We had those days where it was single digits, and now the cases are climbing up to the double digits.
Dude, alarming, man. Like yesterday, of course, the car score went up 0.5 of a point from 1.1 to 1.6.
Yeah.
Yesterday went up 0.7 of a point from 1.5 to 2.3.
Right, but if you're trying to make sense of the car score, the only real metric we have in measuring it against anything is that there was once a campaign where we were told to strive for 5.
Strive for 5.
So I feel like anything under 5, we're okay. But I love that you keep track of these jumps because with the math, there's fuzzy math behind the car score.
Yeah.
Anytime it increases by like anything more than what would you say, Jay? 0.2, point.
I mean, I also tend to pay attention to the positivity rate.
Yeah. What is
Because-
it? What is that? It's like 30 positives, 800 tests.
Yesterday was 3.7%, which was actually down from the previous day because that was like all the weekend stuff. But because of the rate of infection and like stuff like that, the car score went way up.
Right. Yeah. And so the Omicron variant, man, it's a thing. And I'm wondering, Should we be having these conversations about, are we going to do up the quarantine, or, is there a backup plan for the return to school? Because, a lot of kids coming up in this semester are migrating back to face-to-face from online.
And we've got like across the board, pretty much like global coverage of this because Tomas is going to, jump in. He's going to talk about, what the situation is in Saipan and how
pretty bad.
How school parents actually got an audience from the World Health Organization to share their thoughts.
That's crazy.
And then nationally, we got a story that's coming up. Yesterday was the single highest day all time for the pandemic in 2 years of the number of infections. 400,000 infections yesterday.
Now remember, guys, we've been through this before. We've been in these like lulls, these calm periods. And I remember sitting in this chair, looking over there on my computer on the left, reading the national news about how the Delta surge was running rampant like wildfire through the states. And I remember thinking, wow, we're so lucky here on Guam that we're not having a surge. And then a month later, we were having a surge that lasted months that, claimed.
What was it, 19 weeks? The Delta?
Claimed a lot of lives, you know what I mean? So we've been here before, and that's why, I'm.
Now that's what you tracked. I tend to track the car score. Last year when
I
keep
it simple. It's like whatever happens in the States comes to Guam.
Yeah. So in terms of like the the first, and they didn't really call it
really
like a
scientific.
lockdown, right? Remember when we had the roadblocks? Oh no, I'm sorry, we can't call it roadblocks, right? Remember that?
Checkpoints.
Checkpoints, yeah. The very first one, that lasted 3 weeks where everybody had to stay home and we had the checkpoints.
Yeah.
It ended on Easter, right?
Right, yeah.
And then we had the first big surge, which we had, that lasted 15 weeks, if I'm correct, right? Because you were kind of tracking that.
Okay.
Then we had, the vaccine started coming out. We had, like Christmas, things really like got better. And then we had, let's.
But remember, before Christmas, we were trying to get a Thanksgiving. Yeah. I remember because I came out with a video, just a little cute video I did about, hey, let's save Thanksgiving.
That the governor actually complimented you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Way back. Seems like another time.
Actually, the governor of Guam and the governor of Saipan both complimented you.
And then also the lieutenant governor shared it on Facebook. So, yeah, we're here again, guys, and I guess just, be safe. But with these numbers climbing up and the high transmissibility of the Omicron variant, everyone is saying it's just a matter of time.
But what was the marketing slogan or the theme that they used for as we approached
Strive for 5.
Liberation Day. What was it?
Liberation. It was Liberate Guam or something.
Yeah. And
that was the one where we had to get our vaccination rate up to like 120%.
That was for herd immunity.
So that we can open the island.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And the crazy thing about it was we missed the mark by like, I think 3 days. Remember that? Liberation was on a Wednesday, and then we actually achieved the number that we needed to hit herd immunity like on like Friday night, or it was a Saturday or something like that. We had one solid day of herd immunity, and then the cases started going up for Delta.
Yeah.
I remember that. I was like, dude, 1 day, really?
Yep. And that was this year.
Yeah.
It's a blur to make all the years are kind of mixing together.
That was late July, of course.
Right on. Julia Cruz, good morning. Good morning, Maria. Thanks for joining us. Rosemary LaGuardia.
Which Maria is that?
Miss Maria Scro.
Hey.
Rosemary LaGuardia.
Say it affectionately, Ombi. Come on.
That is
Maria.
Rosemary.
Good morning, Maria. Good to see you.
Rosemary LaGuardia. Every change will be forthcoming to be followed with possible explanations. We'll see. We're tracking it, as we say. 6:39. You ready?
Yep.
Let's do the first look at news here on The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. For Sabrina Salas Manzanani with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason Salas.
Good morning. And as we heard last night, kind of shifting around with the timeline, we told you on all of our social media properties that the governor has extended the state of emergency declaration through next January. And although the number of Guamanians admitted to the hospital has gone down, the CAR score, as we were just saying, has leapt way up after 6 people were reported hospitalized for COVID-19. Of course, that's down from the previous 8. Of those 6, 4 are vaccinated and 2 are not vaccinated. However, 30 new cases out of just 804 samples taken on the 28th, Tuesday, were confirmed. The CAR score continues its somewhat alarming upward trend from yesterday's 1.2, as I was saying, to now 2.3. Well, let's get right into that national story now about what is happening with Omicron in the mainland as COVID cases brought on by the Omicron surge are reaching record levels. Our friend Deborah Alfarone has more details. She is at the White House.
The U.S. is seeing a surge of new COVID cases as the country prepares for New Year's celebrations. The CDC reported yesterday hit an all-time high for the U.S. with more than 400,000 new cases. But as cases spike, the CDC is defending its decision to reduce quarantine from 10 days to 5 for asymptomatic COVID patients.
About 85 to 90% of viral transmission happens in those first 5 days, which is why we really want people to stay home during that period of time and then mask for the rest of the time to capture that last 10 to 15%.
While the White House has promised 500 million at-home COVID tests for free next month, there are some new questions about the effectiveness of the quick result antigen tests. The FDA is warning that the antigen test may be less capable of detecting the Omicron variant, which could lead to false negatives. That's part of the reason why the CDC says a negative test is not required before coming out of isolation.
We don't know how this antigen performs with regard to predicting transmissibility towards the end of your period of infection.
The good news is the PCR test used at most testing sites is very reliable and can detect even tiny amounts of the virus. The bad news, lines are still long at most testing sites. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
All right, and if you are the praying type, and we certainly hope that you are, you know, when you hit your knees, send a few upstairs to the healthcare workers in the mainland. We're working really, really hard already, and it is just starting, as we said. Let's continue on the coronavirus angle and bring you regional perspective. As the CNMI recorded last night, tragically, its 13th COVID-19 related death, and the NMI has now surpassed 3,000 total COVID-19 cases. Passionate discussions with parents in the CNMI on the return to school amid Saipan's first surge in a recent town hall with the World Health Organization was held. Tomas Manglonia brings you this report.
I do have a daughter with a pre-existing health condition, and I worry about her. And if certain communities are not vaccinating, certain families are not vaccinating, I'm just sorry, I'm getting a little emotional because I worry about my daughter. And she doesn't have the choice. She's 2.
A sign of the times, parents probing a leading medical epidemiologist on Saipan working with the World Health Organization in the NMI's first surge. 10,000 students on Rhoda, Tinian, and Saipan return to campus next Monday.
It's important for your child to get an education. And this is why I always, one of the key protection measures is masking within the classrooms and social distancing. And that does it. And I have seen it do it in multiple studies.
Dr. Khan is confident that with increased vaccinations, a return to campus is safe.
So we know schools are not main drivers of community transmission in CMI. And there's been a nice study now of over 191 countries where they've looked at opening schools and what that means for community transmission. And school opening is not associated with community transmission.
He says vaccination of students should not be a prerequisite for schools to reopen. Most schools in the NMI are above 70% vaccination.
A new measure that's also available on CDC guidelines is to test kids in school, including the ability to use testing so that kids don't need to quarantine. So again, there's lots of layers of protection for kids to go back to school in person and do it very safely.
It's a reassuring message that's a far cry from the episodic closures that plagued the past year. Tomas Manglonia for KUAM News.
With more perspective on this angle, the pandemic, of course, caused panic and illness throughout the world, but we were also fighting another pandemic long before, and fitness centers were certainly among those. Tyler Metanani has more perspective on this and what one business did to combat and overcome with today's Inside Business Report.
When the mandates came down, fitness centers were the first to close and the last to open. But now, Paradise Fitness is back and ready to help the community get on track to a healthier lifestyle.
We were already in a pandemic, a global pandemic before COVID, and it was globesity, obesity, diabetes, a chronic disease, non-communicable diseases. that in itself, we've been battling that since we've opened, and I think that's the foundation of why Paradise Fitness even started.
Paradise Fitness General Manager Michael Skro backtracks life before the pandemic and how 2 years later it's become apparent that now more than ever people realize that exercise is essential.
I mean, people use this as an outlet. It's a therapeutic release, right? It's a part of their daily lifestyle and routine, and people rely on our services. And to have to close our doors for something that at that time was uncontrollable, it hurt.
With 4.5 months of closure, he says they felt the community's need for them more than ever. They shifted their landscape and started online services. They did Facebook and Instagram live classes along with weekly motivations. They sent newsletters with tips and anything they could do to reach out to their member base. They even froze memberships and gave extensions.
We have these 3 state-of-the-art world-class facilities and no one inside of it, you know, so lights were off. It was really weird to see. It was a weird feeling, but we knew that eventually we were going to open up.
And when they finally did, it was a new environment, a whole different feeling. The Fellowship of the Fitness Industry had evolved, and they had to come up with a system that was realistic for their business model.
It was never a clear definition of what the real guideline was. Right, so we just had to take that approach on and say, you know, well, this is our Paradise Fitness safety guidelines, and this is what we decided. And you know, just slowly they were embracing it, and we're just happy that finally people can come in and work out.
Of course, there have been some changes. Skro says that their main focus was to deliver service to the island in the safest way possible while following DPHSS guidelines. Capacity and mask wearing was one, and clients must be vaccinated, which he says that in itself was a whole different battle.
Sometimes they can't even bring in their membership card, you know? So to bring in a vaccination card, what we did is we made it seamless and they can email it to us. That way we put it on file, so that way they don't have to keep showing it to us every time. The etiquette in the industry is always wipe down equipment before and after each use, right? But now it was like sanitation to another level, right? We actually close midday. Every day we close from 1:30 to 3 just to sanitize and fog the whole facility. So we had to get EPA standard solutions to make sure we clean the whole facility, you know, during the midday, so right after the first rush. And then classes, we had to, of course, 6 feet apart, capacity of how many people could be in the room.
As the new year rolls in, they're preparing for their open house where the community is invited to experience Paradise for the first week of the year. They'll also be launching their Paradise clothing line coupled with Paradise performance classes. So if you have a goal and a plan, they're ready to support. For Inside Business, I'm Tyler Mazzanani.
All right, and since Tyler had that next story, let's go right back to her in the newsroom where she is anchoring this morning's Link Up.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend that the quarantine and isolation period be shorter for those who catch COVID-19. Will Guam follow this advice? Daniel Perez has more.
So the CDC did make recommendations for quarantine and isolation period, but those recommendations were for healthcare workers. So this is for the healthcare industry. And they also noted that this is for individuals who have received their full vaccination or have been fully vaccinated, as well as their booster shot.
Public Health PIO Janela Carrera clarifying just who the new quarantine and isolation period covers under the new recommendation released by the CDC yesterday. Carrera spoke on why the change was made and if Guam will follow suit.
The reason for this is because they do recognize that there may be a shortage in the healthcare industry or for those that work in the healthcare industry. So if you're fully vaccinated and have received your booster shot and you have tested positive or have been exposed to someone who tested positive, then there is a shortened period for isolation or for, that's right, for isolation and for quarantine.
Carrera further added that the island's isolation and quarantine policy remained the same until any changes are officially announced. As for the recent uptick of residents getting tested for COVID,
some of our folks decided that after the Christmas holiday to come in and get tested. And so we did see kind of an increase in people coming in to get tested, which is a good thing. We do encourage that, especially when people are feeling symptomatic, to come in and get tested.
The Tizan testing site is open Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for those that want to get tested. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
For those wanting to get the Pfizer vaccine, it could take a while. The UOG vaccination clinic ran out of the Pfizer vaccine just yesterday, and Public Health PIO Janela Carrera gave KUAM an update if more are on the way.
We have been continually releasing orders for not just Pfizer, of course, it's all the vaccine makes. So what it is there is a nationwide like blackout shipment. So it's not just Guam that's facing this. So between December 23rd to December 27th, there was nationwide, there were no shipments going out because of the holidays. This will occur again between December 30th to January 3rd. And so there are some shipping delays because of that. And so right now, there are no Pfizer vaccines, the adult vaccines available.
Carrera added that Public Health hopes to get another shipment in this week and assures residents that they are tracking the shipment, but there are no guarantees due to the shipping delays. When asked if any Pfizer vaccines are left on island,
for Public Health, we currently don't have any, but for the community health centers, they are low on stock. So I don't have the exact number of how many the community health centers has, but currently they are the only ones that have.
for those wanting the Pfizer shot, Carrera said the private clinics may have, since they are able to order their own stock. Public Health still has their Pfizer pediatric, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. Animal Wellness Action again calling on Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to do something about publicized cockfights coming up on New Year's weekend at the Dedido Cockpit. Wayne Pacell of AWA obtained a schedule of cockfighting for the month of January, while Governor Lou Leon Guerrero signed into law a local law that contradicts the federal cockfighting ban. Pacell said the governor is abetting illegal activity by turning a blind eye to bird fighting on Guam. Pacell pointed to what he said are illegal shipments of cockfighting roosters to Guam signed off on by the Department of Agriculture as further proof the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration is thumbing its nose at the federal law banning cockfighting in the states and territories. In a press conference, Pacell also addressed what he said are massive amounts of cockfighting cash going unregulated and untaxed on island. Revenue and Taxation Deputy Director Marie Lizama told KUAM since rooster fighting is illegal on a federal level, DRT has no role in regulating monies collected from it. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Tomorrow, on the last day of the year, starting bright and early at 5:30 in the morning in the parking lot of the Agana Shopping Center, professional cyclist Edward Ongerang will start his trek of 150 miles, all to help raise funds for the Guam chapter of Make-A-Wish. Here's an amazing story.
On December 31st, starting bright and early at 5:30 a.m. in the parking lot of the Agana Shopping Center, professional cyclist Edward Ongerang will start his trek of 150 miles. It's all to help raise funds for the Guam chapter of Make-A-Wish.
I thought, what better way, to enter the new year, right, with a nice endurance ride the day beforehand, to challenge myself. And if I'm going to challenge myself in this way, to have the community, possibly like other cyclists in the community come along and also challenge themselves. And they may not ride the whole 150 miles, but, like whatever your personal record is for distance, might be a good day to try and break that with me. Right now, I got interest in over maybe 20 cyclists that want to at least start the ride with me.
The 30-year-old Talofofo resident explains how the idea came to be.
I'm in the military. When I joined, the one thing I want to do is come back to Guam and have the opportunity to give back to the island. I've coordinated a bunch of community services with schools such as Southern High School and Marito Elementary, and wanted to try something new and use cycling as a tool. And I thought, what better way than creating a charity ride, especially for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, in which a lot of the committee of the Make-A-Wish Foundation are cyclists.
Onorang, who is a member of Eurocycling Trips CMI, teamed up with Chief Petty Officer Association of the Marianas. This nonprofit consists of active duty members who are chief petty officers in the military and volunteer for services and projects while they're off duty. The association will be assisting Onorang with collecting donations.
Just from hearing from the team at CPOA, we already have donations rolling through, and like that right there is incredible. Even if $1 was donated, like it will be worth the ride. So, but the more we can, of course, donate together, then the more wishes that can possibly be granted throughout 2022.
He says the ride would not have been possible without his sponsors: Cars Plus, Bike Fix Guam, Bridge Fitness, Volt Sportswear, and Eurocycling Trips.
There's a lot of people that give back to the foundation, and what they do is real. They make a lot of people's dreams come true, and I just think it was a good charity to donate to.
You can donate via PayPal to cpoamarianas@gmail.com. In the memo, please use keywords like bike or Make-A-Wish. And remember, 100% of the funds raised will go directly to Make-A-Wish Guam and CNMI. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
And now, getting you up to speed with everything that's happening around the island in Guam's native tongue, here's Uncle King Conception with
Buenos updates to get sunod gifinut sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Tatangin malago mabakuna na ti Pfizer na amod panlanghaw sa pila mam. Iklinig Universidad Guahan sa manunsya na hoko ki Pfizer na amod. Gi matis ay Public Information Officer gini Departamento sa Salud Publiko Janela Carrera asangan na alaha mohon na makdo di otunay ng karga bago na semana. Lo asegurado lo ki residente ni isla na matatiti di shipment. Lo tisina garantia sa pwedinite ni man mafatumagi na shipment. Para di malago ni Pfizer na amod binakuna, ilinga si Carrera na private clinic siya sa sinamangay sa may kakat galokwi. Gwagwahan na si Pfizer Pediatric i Moderna dan ni Johnson & Johnson na amod gi Public Health. Masasunto, Yanamo Wellness Action na grupo sa mga tali magahaga, Lulion Guerrero para utogi matsaya hafa na di may amfafod may publiko pwede siya ni para masasiri gwini gi mamaylan o tumun semana gitsa dededu. Si Wen Pasao ni tauto AWA sa manuli schedule gitsa siya para Enero na mes. Mentas sa gobyerno ang fidma di lai gwini ni kidentay man na probido gitsa ni federat. Lain si Pasao na gobyerno sa juristisya itiligan na aktibidad dati atetan di gwini gitsagwahan. Asanga man si Pasao na gwaha siya man mafatugadzu magigwahan sa finiman ni Departamento ng Agrikultura sa pudadzo ano kay gobyerno na disatetan di ilay ni federal no na probido gazera gi Estados Unidos dan ni teritoryo siya. Gi press conference ginigap na dia asangan man si Pasao na sen may kay nasalapi gazera ginigi isla sa timan mareregla sa timan matatax. Isgundo maga si Revenue and Taxation si Marie Lizama asang ani KUM na pwede probido gazera para federal tatsa business niya ay Revenue and Tax para mareglay sa lapin yung mahalong para adzo. Ito mo na suntag ifinot sa moro para pago na webes gini KUAM News. 2 días sa tetenan para nuevo isakan. Sa sinihat sumaw na ho mega di fireworks na show gibaza agad niya. Sigon ni opisina ni gobyerno i fireworks ni 10 minutos sa nanako. Sa promasusedi gilas 12 giegan dia 1 gi Enero. Sa nanuk sampri gi masya amano gati gi sa agad niya. Gi news release linya gobyerno na este na tempo. Un anyo na tempo tati. Iden na nasyoshat sa para 5 na taw-taw sinya. Sa pudi pesti ang fet para takansela i fireworks. Ifanaton niya tati este na tradisyon sa celebrate na niya itaw-taw ta. I fireworks sa pinalinunod sa ni organisasyon siya. Ginagobernamento sa ni private siya na business. KUAM sa uno na sponsor. Para Guam News Network, Gualsican Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals. Track your progress and find your way to exactly where you want to be with Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Häagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful, they're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give
and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Let me surprise you with your favorite things. Dance with me by the ocean under the moonlight.
Hey, good morning, Jay. Do you have info on the boosters vax? There's no testing today, right? It's only Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Well, because of the shortened week,
Right.
because of course tomorrow being New Year's Eve and then Saturday, of course, New Year's. If you want to get tested or the booster, there have been extended hours. We just recommend that you go to tinyurl.com/vaxguam. Make your appointment. That is the best way. Get your time. Set your time and what's most convenient for you. Make sure you just go there. I mean, they're total pros. They'll get you in. They'll get you taken care of. They'll monitor you, and then they'll get you out. The whole thing. I mean, trust us. All three of us in this room right now, and Sean Gumatato in the KUM News Zoom room, we all know we've been through the process and everything like that.
We're juiced, guys. We're juiced.
We're juiced. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about HGH. We're talking about like the booster. But we actually took that, and we stand by it. Thank you to the guardsmen and everybody from Public Health who was really doing a stupendous job making that sequence of events go through. So please, tinyurl.com/vaxguam, or if you want to be up at the Dido Public Health Center or down in beautiful Inalahan.
Inalahan.
Good.
That's all.
Then you can go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. And on that, because you and Sean are both here, I have a story I'd like to share because
great.
Chris, the relative of mine with whom you collaborated to do a podcast, and fitting because Sean is here, with his That's All podcast. My Auntie Marilyn, right? Dr. Marilyn Salas Walter, right?
Yeah.
My beloved auntie helped
I was
raise
able
me.
to do the Tatamana Tales podcast.
Yeah,
with
one
her.
of our most popular podcasts this year. It was tremendous.
Thank you.
She stopped by the house yesterday, and she was like bringing me on my mom's and stuff, right? But then she was also telling me, because she said she really loves your Denancy that you gifted her.
Yeah.
And she goes, I've made Denancy a bunch of times myself, and of course, she uses only ever the same pot.
Yeah.
And she goes, she would always clean it multiple times,
Yeah.
sometimes scrub it and everything like that. But every once in a while, you can still kind of like smell it, how it
Yeah,
it
of
sticks
course.
there. She said she forgot once, and then she made coconut candy a couple weeks later in the same pot that she made the Denancy with. And she goes, her neighbors were saying like, Auntie Marilyn, how come this coconut candy is like, you put cinnamon in it or something? Like this is pica coconut candy. And she's like,
Got a
"Oh,
little
man."
burn to it.
So for people that don't know, let the people know, how potent is Denancy as far as like sticking to metal surfaces?
Yeah, I mean, you got to clean it, but I mean, after a while, especially because I'm pretty sure your Auntie Marilyn, like me, were using like what the old the Monamco called the World War II pot, which is like just a big, I don't know what it's made of, but it's like dirty on the outside. Yeah, and you could scrub it away. But the only other thing I ever make in the pot that I make Denancy in is like cut and pica or something spicy. But yeah, Jay, it'll get in there, and I don't know the science of it, but yeah, that pot will be pica.
Sean, do you have a dedicated pot that you and the family use for either coconut candy or Denancy? Or
Well, just so in all fairness, I haven't cooked anything for Chris's holiday cooking show. So no.
I thought you meant next Christmas.
So you can't ask me. I'm nowhere near that right now. Bro.
Yeah. 709. He's from the That's It, That's All podcast on the KUAM Podcast Network. Our good buddy, Sean Gumatauta, who, Sean, it's been quite a year for you. I know you just came back from kind of lending a hand over there in the CNMI as they're dealing with, it's a crazy surge over there.
You know what? It has been a pretty wild year. And can I just start by saying, because we haven't don't do it that often, but can we say thank you to Joe Sir? Because every time Joe sets up his show, he's the guy that does the camera work. He's punching the buttons, but he's always in the back. If it's not him, my party Mike's out there. But quite frankly, Joe's doing a good job. Joe, it was a good 2021 for you. So kudos to you and the link for putting it all together.
He's the hardest working man in show business.
Well,
I say it all the time.
Let's just put it this way.
Man. And then he's around there doing the news, all that kind of stuff. But yeah,
not everyone.
But going back to the CNMI if you want. But yeah, Chris, it's I think I looked at the numbers earlier. It went down a little bit early in the week, and just it's still charging. But the interesting thing though is the vaccination rate is now, I think, somewhere in the 92%. Why it's important to remember to know this, because 94.2% is their number as of last night. So just to put in perspective, they were probably averaging just short of 1% a week, and just like Guam has. But to hit the 94 mark it just seemed like it just jumped in less than 2 or 3 days. Mm-hmm. So this is an important distinction that in the CNMI, that this is becoming so important for them. I was on that call with the WHO earlier in the week as well. It's down to brass tacks in the CNMI, and they're just trying to keep their community safe.
It's definitely interesting, Sean, that around the world we're reading about the Omicron variant. As the U.S., they said, was it like the single day?
Yesterday
record?
was the single highest at 443,000 plus cases in a day.
Yeah. And so we're seeing Omicron. We're seeing over here in the NMI what's going on with, presumably the Delta-driven surge. But what about us here, Sean? We usually follow the trends that are happening in the States. And so do you get this feeling heading into 2022 that we're kind of collectively waiting for that other COVID shoe to drop?
Yes, based on early, looks at the fatalities and what the fatalities were from which of the variants. That seems to be a very reasonable thought that we're not out of the woods yet.
That being said, though, still trying to look forward to 2022. What are some of the things you're looking forward to? I guess just professionally, personally. Politically for the island, and some of the challenges you think we're facing?
Yeah, let me start personally. Just my kids getting back to school, doing their things. The 2022 will probably be the start of a senior year for one of my kids. I might be getting a graduating college student at some point. So from that point of view, I think that despite the pandemic, there's some good things that are going to happen in 2022. Professionally, the podcast hitting to its second year, and I've been having a lot of fun with that. With obviously thanks to KWAM and the KWAM Podcast Network, being able to showcase just me talking story and sharing my insights. So I'm really appreciative of that. And then there's also some other things business wise. It's just been busy. And then finally, I think when we look at on the outlook for the entire coming year, yes. The coronavirus doesn't seem like it's going to be going anywhere anytime soon. But then it's what's going to happen politically that'll kind of change the face of things. We know that it's going to be an uphill battle for whoever wants to run against the incumbent governor. From experience, that's going to be a tough one, considering the amount of, things that they're doing between now and the primary. If there is a challenger to the governor in her own party, it's still going to be a pretty uphill battle. But then when you look at the legislature and some of the things that they've been doing, is the community, are they happy with the policy making that's been happening over there? Are we going to see a change it's getting closer and closer to that switch, perhaps. But don't forget, there's other offices that are also going to be running. So it seems like the political year in 2022, it could be either sea change or could be much more of the same.
Right. Sean, let's go ahead and play your clip from the latest episode of That's It, That's All, podcast on the KUAM podcast network. Anything in advance about this clip, Sean, before we play it, or you want me to just gun it?
Just kind of what we've been talking about for the last minute and a half. But yeah, just take a listen.
Put me in the front row on many an issue and talking to folks that I could never possibly imagine. A global pandemic didn't muzzle folks. It was the complete opposite. That meant learning in many different ways and from across many different platforms. Taking all the information in and from my chats, from Jigo to Mauricio, from Honolulu to San Diego, from Susupi back to Telefofo, what is for certain is that the past year was not without a lack of interesting insight. I could spend multiple podcasts talking about the big story of the year, the COVID pandemic. I have my general thoughts on the pandemic response and recovery and response again, but that would have to wait for another time. Don't think 2022 will mean the end of the coronavirus. Education, the focus of this podcast, was another. I'm happier that my kids are back to face-to-face instruction. There's no argument that keeping our kids away from school during the ongoing public health emergency will have long-term impacts. A July 27, 2021 article by management consulting firm McKinsey & Company noted that their independent analysis on COVID and education shows that the impact of the pandemic on K-12 student learning was significant, leaving students on average 5 months behind in mathematics and 4 months behind in reading by the end of the school year. They add, quote, "The pandemic widened pre-existing opportunity and achievement gaps, hitting historically disadvantaged students hardest," close quote. If being in the Western Pacific wasn't already tough enough for my kids, but all the school children of the region, I worry now about how these pandemic shutdown of schools in the U.S. states and territories will impact this generation's prospects and opportunities when they reach.
Yep. So I guess the gist of that, Sean, is COVID ain't going anywhere. Let's grow around it.
Yeah, I think that it's probably safe to say, historically speaking, we can look at it. I was listening recently to a doctor who was talking about that, we kind of think to only looking at maybe the 1920 pandemic, but just over the last, 5 years plus, there's been, believe it or not, 5 pandemics, which blew my mind thinking about, we forgot about Ebola. We forgot about the other diseases that are hitting the rest of the world, but because it's at our doorstep, now we're taking full attention. So as a community, again, we should just continue to be vigilant. If you haven't got boosted, can I just say, I was there with my son when he got boosted last week. When Tricia and I went to get our booster shot, there was basically nobody in line. Yeah. When I went with my son, man, that line went out the door. So you can see, and we can tell that at least the people of Guam are now finally saying, all right, time to go do it. There's a lot of, trepidation. Holidays are coming up, especially New Year's. We're going to watch this. I know, Jason, you were mentioning earlier about the CAR score. We don't look at it as much anymore, but it is an indicator of where the community is headed relative to the pandemic. So if you can get boosted, get tested. If you're feeling it, if you feel cruddy, stay home. I think we're doing more and more of that today. Nobody wants to get their loved ones sick. So I'm just here to say, just do that, everyone, and try to keep safe and keep your groups down to a minimum during New Year's. And I know people are going to be doing that, and let's just be safe all around.
Sean, let's talk politics. Right? You mentioned that
Sure.
This is an election year coming up. Well, 2 days from now is an election year. And I was talking with someone who works in politics the other day, and the big elephant in the room, no pun intended, is where are the Republicans and who's going to run under the Republican banner? I mean, usually by this point you would have heard anything, right? I mean, the posturing, the name dropping, the buzz, but outside of Frank Blas Jr. Being mentioned as, I don't know if he's a number one or a number two. I haven't really heard anything, and I'm wondering. I mean, are they just going to throw a warm body out there? And because I know the thinking is, like you said, it's going to be hard to deal with an incumbent administration that has billions of dollars in federal aid in their war chest.
Yeah, tactically, you want to find someone that can contrast with the sitting governor. And again, when you have that much in resources, you can spend over just about $1 billion into the community in a short period of time. And reminding everyone about that, it makes it very hard. I don't think that the party is, I'm sure, prepared. I've been to meetings. I know the ground game is getting ready. I know that they're looking at a successful run. But then also, it's really the legislature as well. I mean, when you look at what's happened over the last 2 years or a year and change, because we're going into their second year, is the community, have they been pleased with the response? It's been an executive branch response for over almost 2 years. And then when we look to lawmakers for, assistance, if you will, has it been the kind of assistance that this community has needed? A lot of oversight hearings. I don't think at any time in the history of Guam's legislature and that basic duty to do oversights, I have never seen this many oversights in this last year plus. And it's the attempt to try to run the executive branch via the legislative branch, saying, well, I appropriate, I can kind of lean on them. But then what's the requisite policy response? Is there going to be a law that's going to be changed? We have a budget act that proves that wasn't the case. I don't know how many oversight hearings and then a budget act that did not have a requisite change in policy. So what does that mean for Republicans that are running? Well, you can throw that one as one. But two, it's going to force Democrats to kind of tighten up. Will they be able to just okay, we're done with all that stuff. Can we move and tighten up what needs to be done in the community? And they have the majority. And so it remains to be seen if they're going to be able to do that into 2022 in a short period of time. Another budget act is coming. And is it going to represent the priorities of this community? And we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and you know what I think is going to be the challenge for the Democrats, and and maybe just not hearing anything about a Republican gubernatorial candidate. I mean, just outside looking in, Sean, to me, maybe it would look like the focus is on capturing the majority in the legislature, which I feel like the Republicans could do. I mean, theoretically, they could do it, especially because we have this gubernatorial election next year. And so what I think is going to happen is you're going to have a lot of the Democrat senators having to kind of campaign under, Lou's wing, right, as the mama hen. And people, I think, are tired of these senators and the governor, certain senators and the governor just kind of being in cahoots. We don't see a lot of the legislature, for the most part, trying to hold the governor accountable. I mean, it's just really a couple Democrats trying to do that. So I think that's actually going to be a negative when you see, these Amanda Sheltons and these Jocelyn Augustines holding hands with Lou down the campaign trail. I think it's going to backfire, and I think the voters want to see, what's that old political saying? They want to see daylight between Democrats and Democrats, I think, because it's
right.
clear, right? There hasn't been, there has been an attempt definitely to hold the administration transparent and accountable, but they just really kind of dug in their heels on so many issues that I'm not sure the legislature has been able to succeed at doing that.
And also with daylight is, what is the voter turnout going to look like? Are we again going to look at the lowest voter turnout? And we're now starting to look like our U.S. mainland counterparts. I think programs like this one to talk about the issues and whether or not the current senators or the current governor will be able to properly and eloquently express their viewpoints on these policy calls. Hopefully, we'll start seeing a little bit more of that and more of the people listening and then making those conscious choices when they're in the ballot box. I mean, it's going to be very simple. It's like, are you satisfied with what you've seen from them, and will you give them another chance at this job over, in the course of the governor 4 years and the legislature for 2 more, at such a pivotal point. And it's not a cliche. Let's just be frank. It is not a cliche to say a pivotal point in the history of the island. We are coming off probably the worst pandemic, well, definitely of our lifetime, and probably the largest event of any Monumco's lifetime outside of the World War II. So I mean, this is a big deal, and how the people respond, how the community responds. We'll have to wait and see, but it's great fodder for this show looking into 2022. It'll keep us guessing, but hopefully as we look at it, talk to people, the election 2022 is going to be a big one, and it should be a lot of fun talking about it and surmising what could happen somewhere around November.
John, you've been in the trenches, like helping with political campaigns, but then you've also been an analyst, right? And given what you just said about, the significance and all of, kind of like the buildup and, voter frustration, voter anticipation, voters, wanting change. I mean, they always do every single election cycle, but more so this year, as you said, right? Do you think any incumbents basically have almost like guaranteed job security at this point? Because it was funny because like the last election, you said like a lot of, the old guard came back, Frank Blas Jr. came back, Joanne Brown came back, Tony Atta came back and everything like that. Even given that the case, are there going to be like a lot of voters who basically say, because we did not like thrive through the pandemic, they, for rather fairly or unfairly, they're going to say, hold them responsible for that, and they just want them out?
Yeah, I remember I said like the more of the adults are now in the room as soon as that group came in, because then we had all these folks who had experience were brought to bear. Now we're starting to hear from them, but again, is this group have they been able to reach the community? Have they been able to articulate the values? And it's not going to be in oversight hearings, and it's not going to be any other way. The retail politics of old is gone. And so now how do we, in the modern times, how do we get to the electorate? How are they going to say, hey, this is what I've done for this community? But how has it responded to what has been happening today? A pandemic, an economic slowdown, lack of tourism. These issues are going to bubble up. It isn't going to be whether or not we're changing village names. It's not going to be about whether or not we have a new park benches. We're talking about larger implications for policy and operations of the government of Guam. That's going to be it should be the driving message. And if they're not doing that, not telling you, you might want to ask them why they're running for office at that point.
Now that being the case, right? So conversely now, obviously the incumbents are going to say their marketing pitch to the electorate is going to say, okay, you want consistent experienced leadership, stay the course and everything like that. We've been guiding it to this point. Let's, let us continue to do the work that we've already begun. You don't want, newbies coming in and, having to start over from scratch. If you are, a first-time candidate or someone coming back and everything like that, how do you kind of, make that penetration in the mind of the voters to say, consider me because there's something I could bring to the table that could help the island?
Yeah, so this is my free pitch, my free advice to those guys who want to be. When they ask you a question, don't say, I have to research it. You should have a ready answer for the matters and the issues of the day. If you do not know an answer on health, safety, and education, you don't have one. That is why folks are not electing these people. Electability goes down because they can't answer the simple question of the issues and the values of our community. And that's Sean's advice to those guys wanting to run. If you're listening and you know who you are, if you can't answer a question, oh yeah, by the way, you can't answer the question on this program, you're in deep kimchi. You are not going to be doing very well.
Especially if the question is something as simple as like, tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, you can't get past that.
Sorry, I have to check my my website's not up right now. I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
Sean,
it's easier for me. My thing was always like, can you join a Zoom call without major
right,
technical issue?
Yeah.
Or can you drive a stick shift, as Jason was saying earlier? Can you do that? I mean, what are you going to ask them?
Sean, how do Lou and Josh, how do they campaign on winning this pandemic? Because, I mean, you can't really gloss over the inaction of the Delta surge, the lives we lost, right? And so it's interesting to me that we're now in this mode, given that Omicron is everywhere all around us, that we're in this mode where we're now calling the COVID-19 pandemic commemorative, and we're giving out, these pins to kind of like celebrate. I mean, to me, that's something that you do at the end of a thing, if you will. So how do Lou and Josh campaign on COVID and say, hey, we kept you safe, you're welcome?
Well, if they're listening this morning, the commemorative pin, I'm still a little, I'm not sure
Did
what
you get
the
yours, or?
rationale was, but and then you sign an extension of the executive order to the end of January.
Yeah.
Maybe if she didn't sign the extension and a coin, things would be a little different, or a core 4, that would be different.
Right. Yeah.
But today we are looking at still, with high vaccination rates, we have all the therapeutics at our fingertips. And I think the president just a couple days ago said to the governors, "It's on you now. What is the response?" And then we'll all watch for the next 11 months, and going into a final term, or final year of her term, is her response. So very eager. I'm rooting for them to have that response, and that's what so that the community can be more be realistic in what's going through, and are we reassured exactly about what the direction is for this community in 2022.
Jay, you good?
No. Is there a snowball's chance in hell, Sean, that your former boss maybe,
Yeah, so he's talking about former Governor Felix Camacho. And other than Frank Blas Jr., I did hear for like a second that, maybe former Governor Camacho is thinking about running. I don't know. Have you heard anything? Wink if it's true. Wink if it's true.
Change your virtual background if it's true.
And if I get a WhatsApp later saying it's otherwise, but last I checked, I think he's enjoying his grandchildren. He's enjoying life after. He has been, doing different things. And so I think he's enjoying that more so. And I think he's talking with guys like Governor Joe Adda to understand that. I think former Governor Eddie Calvo is a little bit more active in that. I think he's going to have a big say and a big help to the Republicans and how they'll strategize 2022.
Yeah.
Is that good or bad? Well, it's what it is. It's we have these three titans of Guam politics are still around doing what they would be doing, getting to the grassroots, getting to their supporters, and in some cases, Chris and Jay, some of the supporters have passed. So it's like it's their families. Yeah. Is what we used to do back in the day in 2006 in the election there. Is it still relevant today? So it's about the retail politics, how all of that works out, and the leadership of the party coming together and getting people fired up to do one, to run for governor, and two, to finally get a majority in the Guam legislature. It's been a really long time, over almost nearly 20 years now.
Sean, so what do you make of just the kind of like the state of the Republican Party? Because I mean, I've talked to former Governor Eddie Calvo, and he says he's not running. No. Former Governor Camacho, you say not likely. Former Governor Joe Adda, I'm pretty sure he's too old for this. But outside of, like you said, those three titans, there is no one else.
Well, there's a couple of folks that I think that they're in the legislature. So you're right, Frank Blas, and you got Tony Adda still around. At least jump out because if Mike Sinicolas leaves the Congress, will Senator Moylan want to go and run for the congressional seat? But then what that'll do is also Democrats will jump out of the legislature. My understanding, you have Talina Nelson and the former speaker, Wampat wants to run. You might see the scuttle is that you might see Regine Lee also run. I know she's probably enjoying life with her kids and her husband. So
but
it's
I noticed
good, and she's doing other things.
Right.
But if that dynamic will change things, but from the leadership of the party, at least in what I've seen, that's the big one. Who will be the standard bearer for this 2022 campaign? Who can, in fact, draw the contrast between that person and the sitting incumbent governor?
What about like
uphill battle.
What about a shakeup? Say there is nothing I'm basing this on. I have no information that would prove this to be true. But say maybe like a dark horse, right? Like someone from the Republican Party with a very strong name with a track record of
Like
effective leadership. Like Elizabeth Barrett Anderson, just say, I'm being completely arbitrary here. Like, what if she came out? Obviously, she's got a lot of cachet.
Never going to happen.
Yeah, but I think a lot of those folks would have to have the machine behind them. Right now, that probably will be unlikely. But yes, I mean, right now, as the party's trying to do its thing, and Juan Carlos is probably listening too. Hopefully he's listening and he can shed some light over the next couple of weeks. But that's probably the best question of the day.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that a lot of people are just kind of waiting to see what Congressman Mike Nicholas is going to do. Like, I've never heard a Republican say, like, I don't know, if this Democrat doesn't run, then I might run for his position. But if he's in office, I'm not going to bother him because we're buddy-buddy.
So it's the ultimate game of chicken, basically.
Yeah.
Who flinches first?
And then on the Democrat side, I'm hearing Tim Uggan, the Veterans Affairs director, is planning on, I've heard he's already got a logo. And so are we going to see one of these elections like Sean, where we have the incumbent administration like trotting out all their directors and B-listers to run for senator and an attempt to fill seats of the legislature?
I mean, but they'll probably do that if they believe that they're going to lose some to run for Congress or run for governor. I mean, that's probably the only reason why the administration would say, all right, you, let's push you out. So that, for one, they can protect the majority. Secondly, it's so that they have their guys in, they can complete their, their platform for the next 4 years. So yeah, that sounds very reasonable. I think that it would be crazy to think that some of these guys like a Tim won't make that jump.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm excited. If that's the case, there's some pretty talented folks that are working in the cabinet today that can take the jobs of the current 15 lawmakers at any day of the week. And you're probably going like, what, really? But yeah, there's a couple of them that can. And they should run scared is the word. Run scared, because at this point, if any one of them can take their seat, it's going to happen. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
I want to go back to
that they're going to win again.
I mean, you guys, Sean was the communications director for the Camacho administration, and he did a bunch of stuff. But I want to go back to this pins thing, Sean. We did have a comment. You are right, Chris. The pins were given out at this time while we prepare for a storm. It makes no sense. And then Mark comments, pins, have respect to those who lost their loved ones during this horrible pandemic. Tatlu. And Sean, with the pins thing, right? I mean, I totally get it, right? We want to recognize these frontliners, but how do you do that in such a haphazard, like half-ass way? I mean, they first of all, they don't tell anybody about this program. Then what ends up happening is you see certain people start posting on social media that they got a COVID pin. And then the media was kind of like, hey, what's going on with this? And then when they asked Adelup about it, they said, oh, we're still figuring out the system. And then it was like, oh, GMH didn't get them, GPA didn't get them, GDOE didn't get them, the mayor's council didn't get them, the mayor's staff didn't get them.
Like, Sean, you didn't get one as a UOG professor, right?
Or a public health consultant?
No, I did not. Yeah. And I was face-to-face as well. And But also, I think the optics, too, and there was an image of the governor giving the pin to somebody. So I thought we were not, as a community, not getting too close to people, not giving stuff. I don't know.
But then the rationale, Sean, but when you asked, like, why are you giving these pins? It was just like they just threw everything at the wall. I mean, Crystal Paco San Augustine was saying, like, oh, we haven't been able to recognize the employees. We haven't had the MAG Pro in how many years? So we're just throwing them a bone. And then it became like, oh, we got to thank the frontliners. And then it was like, oh, no, everyone didn't get them, but we have a system, relax. And then the governor chimed in and said, oh, yeah, the private sector. The private sector is going to get them. And so, I don't know, why are we using local funds for this thing as well?
Yeah, I that's a great question that maybe Crystal could come on this air and discuss with your listeners. That would be first and foremost. Secondly, I think that when we think of pins and the like of the private sector, I don't think we're looking for pins. I think we're looking for solutions to the economy getting back on. They're looking for tourists to come back to Guam. They're looking at ways that we can get our workforce trained for this new era of life post-pandemic. We're also looking at ways that our roads can be maybe improved. The quality of life can be improved for all of our community. Those things probably would be up our wheelhouse as the private sector is doing its thing. And I think pins probably fall to the bottom of that list in terms of priority.
How do you screw it up, though? How do you screw up something like we're trying to recognize the frontliners and it turns into this huge political mess? I think it just goes back again to...
Hold on, Chris. Let me look over my shoulder. That's not me. That's a question for other people.
How do you screw it up? It should be a win-win. I mean, and it's the execution of it. When certain people are getting it and it's a special group of government employees and other people aren't getting it, if your slogan is in or all in, it's already kind of like people have this mentality that, you got to get in to, get the stuff, or you got to be in to get a pin or whatever it is. Why wouldn't you wait until you had all the pins and give them to everybody at the same time and just avoid this whole, now it's tainted?
Or just ditch the pins and say thank you for your service.
Yeah. Or, ditch the pins.
It would have been easier for, and again, taking it out of something we did even in our administration. We went to every single agency and thanked every single employee. I know in the pandemic you can't do that. Yeah. You can do as best you can. Yeah. But you go around and you talk to people and say thank you for your service. Thank you for your continued work. And that goes a long way than whether or not a pin will be given. I think that we're losing sight of public service and what those folks are doing today. And but yeah, that's a great question for Crystal. I hope she comes on this air. I hope she talks to you, Chris and Jason. It's been a while. We haven't heard from her because she's been busy, and hopefully she'll spend some time with you all.
Sean, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys. And again, don't forget to listen to the podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Amazon Music. Don't forget, it's on the iHeartRadio app and on Pandora. And again, I am truly appreciative to the KYM Podcast Network and being a part of it. And I know that 2022 for the podcast network is going to be a lot of good stuff. You already kind of teased a little. Yeah. So now you're making me think I got to up my stuff because you got some big guns coming. So it should be a lot of fun.
Sean, someone messaged me, are you running for office?
No.
That's it. No.
Let me say, no, I'm not running.
Hell no, unequivocally. No. Munga. Thanks, Sean.
Could I get
okay, Jay?
Sean, real quick on your opinion. Before I started, my job in the media, we're roughly the same age. But I remember watching you before you moved to news, when you were doing sports and everything. And I don't know many Bay Area sports fans as passionate, as ardent as you are, and everything like that. So talk a little bit about the late John Madden and what his impact had on you getting into the business, and just follow. I know you're a big Raiders fan, even when they went down to LA, the Todd Christensen years and everything like that. But what did his style of telling people what the game was like and the significance of it, how did that shape you and your broadcaster, and as you even went into news?
Yeah, well, I was a big fan of John Madden, so it was very sad news to hear that he passed. I believe he was living in Pleasanton at the time, which is right down the street from my parents' house in the Bay Area. Oh, wow. So it was a big shock that, he was getting older, but also, he had gone off there and retired. But you're right about in terms of his color commentating was some of the best in the business. He's in the Hall of Fame for a reason. It's a huge loss to the NFL, a huge loss to football fans, and for me, I just absolutely adored him. And, I can't say boom many times today, but I'll do my best to do so. But yeah, big loss for the NFL.
Right. Yeah. As just a football, going back to 80s, 90s, of course, the epitome of a football announcer, but then for him to really evolve into the video games. Right?
Yep.
That's crazy.
I know. Everybody knows that. Oh, he was that really good sportscaster.
Yeah,
by the way, he won a Super Bowl as a coach, you guys. Right. And and he's got this line of games named after him and everything like that. But Sean, talk a little bit, because you said, his proximity to your parents, in Northern California and everything. What did he mean to the Oakland community, and what he was able to do for the attitude, the personality of the old school Raiders, the ones that they said they were the cast-offs, the ruffians and everything like that. But you put them all in one room, and it was all about just win, baby.
Yeah, the reason why he was so successful and why the Raiders franchise was so successful was Al Davis. Al Davis believed in him. He brought the silver and black to a place that people started to fear, started to understand that this was a complete franchise that's committed to winning. And even despite when he left, that whole aura of the Raiders kept with them, is still with them now as they're in Las Vegas. And so it started, believe it or not, that, Tom Flores might have contributed a lot to it. People will argue John Gruden and you name it, but really it was John Madden. And I mean, you go back to George Blanda. You can go down the list of the certain Raiders who created that franchise, but he will be the one missed so much because he's the one who created the current aura of the silver and black and the way that they're viewed and the kind of their game that they are today.
And they said he had relationships with each and every one of his former players, like until the day when they left the earth, or now, John Madden sadly is not with us. And he was
big
like a
loss,
father
big
figure
loss
to
for
them.
football.
Yeah.
Big loss for football, that's for sure.
Thank you, Sean. Oh, we had a comment here.
Thanks, guys.
What about the thousands who followed the mandates of taking the vaccines, adhering to safety protocols? Do they get a pin? Or what about we give a pin to everybody who didn't catch COVID?
Like I said, Crystal can come on this air and talk about expansion of pins.
We'll see, Sean.
And now are you
Shrug
going to have
my
different
shoulders,
color
man, shrug my
pins?
shoulders.
Yeah.
If you have like the gold pin or the platinum pin, does that mean you get to park in like the
Why
nice
would we-
spot? Or
but
if you go to a particular restaurant,
also-
does that give you free loco moco? Or
Why would we give pins to people who teleworked during the pandemic? If you saw the letter from the governor, it said that they were honoring those who worked during the pandemic and even teleworked. Like, if you stayed home and worked in Zoom, do you really need a medal?
And you're going on that pin, aren't you?
I'm sorry.
There's about 300 teachers right now that are like, ahem.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize. I understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, Crystal, if you're listening, call the station.
That's what I think. It's just
Let's
like
talk
you
about
should be, instead of reactionary or, just come out and face the music. That's how you do it as a comms. Well, take it from one of the best.
I did it for 8 years, so yes, I would agree.
Thank you, Sean.
Good and bad. Thanks, guys.
That's right on.
Happy New Year, brother.
7:46. It is Thursday, December 30th. We talked a lot about Madden. We got Sports Link with Dave Delgado coming up, and the Attorney General of Guam, Levin Camacho, is on the way right here on the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cavo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Let's go to the phones just real quick. Ma'am, I know you've been calling a few times. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. So, ma'am, your name again. I'm sorry.
This is Lynn.
Again?
Lynn?
Yeah. So Lynn is Chamorro Land Trust lessee, and she had called about the emergency rental assistance program. Lynn, I was able to talk to Speaker Therese Terlahi yesterday right here on the link. I don't know if you heard the interview.
No, because I called her own office to find out.
Right. And so what she had said was that the Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention may be able to assist Chamorro Land Trust lessees who are having difficulties with utilities or whatever your situation may be. Because I know, like, the black and white of it is you're not a renter, and the Emergency Rental Assistance Program is for renters, and the Mortgage Assistance Program that they're going to do is still... I think still awaiting federal approval. So when I asked the speaker about it, she said that there was a case where she had referred a land trust lessee to Sarah Thomas Nettydog and OHAP, the Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention. Do you want me to get that number for you?
Sure.
Okay. Hold on. Do we have that number, Jay?
I was trying to receive a call from them, but they never called me.
Wow. Okay. So you do have their number.
No, they actually were. What they did was the office actually, Senator Terlahi's office sent an email to them, and I gave them my number, and so they were supposed to call me, but I was waiting for their phone call.
Okay. Well, let me just follow up with the speaker's office because I don't know if I have the number for OHAP here. Do you? You have it? Hold on. Jason has it, ma'am. Stand by. How are you today?
Living day by day.
Day by day. What are you thinking about as we approach the end of 2021?
Hopefully everything goes well and everybody stays safe and just follow the protocol of what needs to be done to keep our families safe and the elderly and the disabilities and people that are sick.
Yeah.
I mean, I went through the COVID, survived it.
That's good to hear, ma'am. Are you
and
worried?
I'm thankful.
Are you worried about the Omicron variant in 2022?
I am worried for the elderly and my grandchildren and my children, but we just have to do what we have to do to keep our families safe. I mean, everybody should look out for these kind of things, because we lose a lot of people. We lost a lot of people in Delta, so we have to. I'm not vaccinated, but I just make sure that I keep I stay home and do what I need to do. The only problem, Chris, is that I need the governor to realize that people that are under the Chamorro Land Trust that don't have infrastructure for water, they expect us to wash our hands, but yet we're seeking help because we're waiting for the infrastructure to come out and help the people for the Chamorro Land Trust. They give them land, but there's no infrastructure to have water.
Ma'am, for anybody listening out here, just to explain the situation a little better, is Lynn is on Chamorro Land Trust property, and it's not accessible to like water lines and stuff. And so a lot of these properties, it's not like these people just have this land and they don't want to hook up their water, and so they're calling up the radio and crying about it. The government can't get them the utilities because it's just not a priority. And I know that the speaker and the senators had submitted as part of their American Rescue Plan spend plan, $25 million for the Chamorro Land Trust to do exactly what you're talking about, to bring utilities. I mean, it's 2021. You should have running water, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm trying to find, it doesn't, for me, Chris, it doesn't make sense for the rental owners, okay? The rental owners are getting help, but where does the money go? To the homeowners. So who are we as Chamorro Land Trust or people that are have a home? It's still the same thing. Because the money goes to the homeowners. If people are renting, where does the money go to? Homeowners. Yeah. Because they need to get their money. So just the same thing as you, I, and everybody else that owns a home are struggling the way other people are struggling. Everybody's struggling. So for them to put down only rental assistance for people with utilities and waters, everybody pays water and power too. So why did they, specifically say for rental owners, why didn't they help the people of Guam? That's a lot of federal money. It doesn't make sense. Even people that are Section 8, GURA, these guys get paid. They get assistance. They've always had federal assistance. But what about Chamorro Land Trust? What does that state? Chamorro Land Trust.
Chamorro!
We are the people of Guam. Why is it that we're not being heard? I just don't understand. It says there, Chamorro Land Trust. I'm not excluding any other national. I'm not racist, but what I'm making a point at is...
No, you're not racist. This is the land of the Chamorros, man. Jeez.
Right.
Yeah, of course. So $15,000 to $25,000 to get sewage or water to your house, and that's basically where we're at. Ma'am. Other than the OHAP, we'll get the number. I'll reach out to the speaker's office. I want to ask you, though, that RISE Act that they gave out last year, do you think that there needs to be more assistance given to our people who are still struggling during this pandemic with this federal aid, ma'am?
Yes. Especially that we're having another Omicron. What does that take us to? These employees that work at the stores and groceries, where are their help? Why isn't it that they're not getting help, but the government is getting help? But what about the workers, the frontliners of grocery stores that are facing other people? What about the hotel industry that people why isn't it they don't get a raise? Why is it that only certain parts are, $15 an hour? But the grocery stores are still at minimum wage, but they never got anything from the federal money, the private sectors. I just don't understand who are frontliners. Everybody that worked on that, I'm talking about groceries, news, name it, hotels, who are frontliners? Not just the government. Governments are not the only one that are frontliners. Even private sectors. They lost a lot of private sectors, and they need to see that. That's why a lot of people are going through a lot of crisis. It's because they do not look. They don't look at what's really happening. It's not just one. It's everybody that lives in this island that are going through the same thing that everybody else is going through. Frontliners, you're talking about hospital. What we as parents at home, we are nurses, we are doctors, because why? We look at our children to prevent them from getting sick. And when they get sick, we go to the hospital, they tell us, oh, you're negative, okay, go back home. Because we're negative. This is what you need to do, which we've been doing. We give them vitamin C, we give them Tylenol, we give them Motrin, we give them the same thing what we usually do when we go to the clinic. When we bring our kids to the clinic, or if you have a cold, you can't come in. Okay, just do what you've been doing. So who are we as parents too? We're frontliners too, because we take precautions of what's going on. Everybody's doing what we need to do. But public health really, really needs to go out there. All those people that are active needs to stay home. Because a lot of them, they go out there, and that's how come people are catching it. Because public health, they say that they don't go and look into that. Because I had the COVID. But did they check on me? No, they didn't. We checked on ourselves. We had to go, and they didn't even do tracing. They told us that they don't do tracing. So we traced ourselves. And it was all about anxiety, Chris.
Yeah. Ma'am, I got to go the top of the hour, but I just want to say the theme I hear in this prank call, or this call here, is that government of Guam, they're taken care of. I mean, they got paid, they stayed home, they never saw a paycheck stop. Okay, they got COVID differential pay, except for the mayors, right? They're getting their pins. What about the rest of the people? You're right. You know, what about these gas station, grocery store workers? I mean, in the American Rescue Plan, we are entitled to premium pay. Keep your pen. Give us the premium pay. As per the United States Congress on the federal. Congressman St. Nicholas has been saying it all day. We are entitled to the premium pay. So you're right, ma'am. It just seems like everything in their plan is the government. And then when it comes to helping the private sector, it's like pulling teeth. They're only going to give this much money, and then we got to shake down our local money for the rest. So I totally agree with you, ma'am.
They need to give the mayors their money to help their own villages.
That's it.
That's what they need to do. That's why they can't go out and help the villages. Is because, for one, actually, they're doing what they can to help their villages. But they do need to get help too. They need their money. What are they waiting for? They have it. They're saying this is what they have, but how come they're not getting it? What are they holding it for? They had a conference yesterday of awards and all these things. Did she forget? Those awards and the villages, the mayors need their money. Why is it you're going to give these awards? What about your people? What about your people? That's what you need to understand. The governor and the lieutenant governor needs to understand. These are your people. That's why you're there. That's why you sat down. It's because of your people. Because if it wasn't for the people, they won't be sitting where they're at today. Remember, elections this coming year. Don't wait for last minute because it's useless. People are going to look the other way if you don't realize this. But I really think, and I'm sorry to say, but a woman needs to realize where their position is at. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Chris.
God bless you. And have a blessed and safe New Year. And really pray that the priorities change in 2022.
So too, Chris, for the sake of the people.
Amen. All right, there you go. That's Lynn. She lives on Tremor Land Trust property. Okay, the government, the can't, won't, refuse, whatever, however you want to put it. They don't want to give them water, right? I mean, we're going to commit to this Tremor Land Trust property. Remember why we have Tremor Land Trust is because all of our land got taken. So this is a land redistribution program that, I mean, it was so important to us that we stood this up. I mean, people fought for this. And to just throw them on an isolated piece of property and say, oh, yeah, here, so good luck. Go fill your 5-gallon water jug. It's an insult. It's December 30th, New Year's Eve 2021 on the breeze. We're KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. Good morning. What's up, Facebook Live? We got popping with our comments over here. We'll get to them in just a second. We also have Attorney General Levin Camacho coming on the show here. But again, KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam on the breeze. Let's go ahead and jump over to KUAM TV right now. Good morning. This is The Link. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Right on. It's Thursday, December 30th, 2021. Welcome to The Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody. Are we going to sing for All Lang Syne before we end the show? I mean, because we're not going to see you guys on Friday, so you know.
I don't know the lyrics. Yeah, I know the tune. It's like da 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 da.
You know what? I was watching The Crown on Netflix the other night, and they actually said the second verse, and I never knew what it is. It's like Amazing Grace. Everybody knows it, like Amazing Grace. How
it's like
sweet
some of
the
these
sound.
some of these Nobena songs too. You get into the second verse.
Like everybody knows the first verse of Amazing Grace, and then when the second verse, everyone's like,
Good morning, KUAM TV. We did have some comments on our Facebook Live feed that we'll go ahead and read off. Before we get to the AG, we've also got news. We'll do Guam and CNMI news coming up here on The Link again. Our number, by the way, it's 671-637-0094. It's The Link on the breeze. What do we got here? Fat cats forgot about the little people. So sad. Their priorities are not for the needs of the people. Mark comments, Lynn asked the government to park a tank of water at your area temporarily. Claire comments, Governor segregated the private from the government. She said private take care of themselves while she directs outrageous amounts towards her people with outrageous pay increases and ridiculous created positions for her political connects. Janet Perez comments, Chris, repeat that daily. She's talking about the premium pay for essential workers that's allowed under the American Rescue Plan. Lizzie comments, yep, GovGuam employees were living the life during the pandemic. I lost my job of 11 years. Sorry to hear that. Let's get to the KUAM News, the Zoom room here. It's 8:03. Attorney General Levin Camacho joins the show. Good morning, AG.
Good morning, Chris.
Well, you want to do a little year in review, first of all? 2021, where it's New Year's Eve.
How much time do I got?
Take it away. Go for
the last week has been a long year. So I think for all of us. But, you know, just this last few weeks, we've actually had a lot of decisions that have come out. I know I was supposed to go on last month and there was some scheduling conflict. We had a bunch of things that are wrapping up. But I mean, just starting from the most recent thing, we filed this petition with the Superior Court to get a final decision or some finality and put the issue to bed on the governor's authority to quarantine or to procure quarantine facilities. And you've had frequent visitors on your show about the procurement, and you know, let's settle it. So we filed in court and we'll see where it goes.
Can you kind of explain it? So it's a declaratory judgment, but can you explain, you filed it for what exactly now?
Yeah, I mean, I guess talking about year in review, and one of the decisions that got very little media attention was a case that was initiated last year, actually this year in January, involving the quarantine of travelers. And again, you've had a lot of people come on when we're quarantining mandatory 10 days, testing out. There were some trial court decisions that we're releasing some people based on things, and the governor asked for the Supreme Court. So both the legislature and the governor have a direct vehicle to the Supreme Court, they can completely bypass the trial court and go straight to the top, essentially, to get important issues resolved. And the governor felt as though the quarantine of travelers was one of those issues that needed to be resolved quickly. So she filed basically arguing she had the authority. The statute as written requires an action to be filed after 10 days in order to quarantine anyone. And as you know, with COVID, at the start, 14 days was the recommended quarantine period. So we were having to file hundreds of cases. Our office was filing hundreds of cases like every week to continue to quarantine people based on CDC recommendations. And that's what the statute said. We went into the court. At that point, we were representing public health. And then the governor's office raised an argument saying that under the Organic Act, which expressly says, subject to the laws of Guam, she can establish quarantine facilities and quarantine stations and operate them. And they believe that that gave her the authority to kind of very broad authority to quarantine in order to prevent the importation of disease such as COVID-19. So that was a new argument that was raised. At that point, the Supreme Court invited the legislature and our office to participate because we typically will defend the laws. That's our job. And in that case, that's exactly what we did. We were on the same side as the legislature, defending the statute and arguing that subject to the laws of Guam meant that the governor's authority to quarantine was also subject to our Emergency Health Powers Act. And in May of 2021, the Supreme Court issued an opinion just saying subject to the laws of Guam doesn't limit the governor's express authority under our Organic Act to do all these things. So we thought, okay, that resolved the issue. And then in July, there was an audit that was put out that said, the governor doesn't have authority to procure, the governor doesn't have authority to establish these quarantine facilities, and basically raised this uncertainty over the millions of dollars of procurement that I believe the number is like 54 million at this point that have been spent on quarantining travelers. So we could have issued an opinion. But let's be real, Chris, some people have already made up their minds on this issue. It's easy to kind of, the government's bad, everything the government does is bad, they're suspect, and to just knock that out, we just went straight to court, and we're trying to get the issue resolved of whether or not the governor has authority under the Organic Act and had authority to establish these quarantine facilities, and two, our Emergency Health Powers Act basically recognized that even an emergency procurement sometimes is not fast enough. And when you look at the audit, even under an emergency procurement, it took 5 days to procure quarantine facilities after the initial facilities had already been identified. So if you go back to March, that weekend when we had our first cases, if we had kind of went through emergency procurement, we would have had 5 days of 400 travelers per day from the Philippines coming into Guam and nowhere to put them. And it's also just interesting going back to that time. Again, it's just the governor had this authority to do these things, and people were like, the governor should shut down the airport. The governor should block us off from travelers. We should do what Palau and FSM are doing. And then 6 months later, they're saying the governor is a dictator, the governor is abusing our authority, and they would have done all these things. So the reality is we're not going to make people happy with our decisions. That's not our job. Our job is to follow the law, to defend the law, and to do what we believe is right. So I don't know if that's enough in a nutshell, Chris, to get us up to speed.
Right. So with the audit from the public auditor that had the findings about the quarantine, and I know just Senator Frank Blas Jr. was like, hey, are you going to look into this? So depending on the response that you get from the court with this declaratory judgment, is that going to color how you move forward with anything that the audit found, if you do?
If the Superior Court says the governor doesn't have this authority, then we'll take appropriate action at that point. But even that, Chris, the procurement law is very specific. When there's a procurement law violation, there are things that happen. Either you can void it, you can ratify it. So the remedies are provided by that statute. And I know there's this idea or this implication that it's a crime to violate the procurement law. And I will tell you, Chris, many agencies who come on here violate the procurement law, and it's, you're required to record everything. So if you get an email from a vendor, or you have a communication or a discussion with the vendor and you don't log it, that's a technical violation of the procurement law. And I can say, we're not going to put everyone in jail who doesn't know that they're supposed to bring a recorder with them every time that they're talking to someone, or if they get a question, they're required to document it in some way. So that's the other piece that was missing. Even assuming there was a procurement law violation, the procurement law provides what happens next.
And so you're saying that with the public auditor's audit and the findings that there's an existing remedy and channel to move forward with any violations of procurement, and that would be, are you saying through like the protest process under the OPA? Would be
even without a protest. Oh, and point, I'm glad you bring that up too, Chris, because no one's protested. So, I mean, of all these awards that have been going on, no one's filed any protest for procurement. So the only thing that's really come out is this audit. But the procurement law says that if something is done in violation of the procurement code, again, I think voiding the contract or the award is one thing, ratification is the other, where you basically recognize that you didn't follow the rules, but based on if there's enough governmental interest, we're just going to kind of okay it on that side. And that's been done before. I believe some of these like food contracts maybe weren't done right on the front end, but because people aren't going to eat, they just need to get done. And so that there's a vehicle under the procurement law to recognize that there are emergency situations where you just want to proceed with the contract.
Thanks for that, AG. Double pay.
Yeah.
So there was a ruling that came out on double pay, right? An opinion?
Yeah. I mean, again, that's another one where we're often, what is the shoot the messenger, right? I mean, we kind of, I was in a meeting, Chris, back when I was in practice, I was meeting with an attorney and we were talking about our cases and I read the law to him. This is what the law says. And he looks at me and he says, well, we can agree to disagree. I'm like, I'm just reading to you exactly what the law says. I don't know how you can disagree with it. But, when you read through the statute and we've come on and I've personally been beat up quite a bit for saying that the law requires, our rules and regs require that in order to get double pay, your facilities have to be closed. And most government, especially the first responders and we pointed that out under that rule, the smaller agencies or the more administrative agencies that were closed, if they had staff coming in, they would get double pay. But our hospital, our police officers, our fire department, who were not closed during the pandemic, would not be entitled to that double pay. So we just said, this isn't meant to cover pandemic. There's COVID differential that the governor ended up paying folks based on their threat assessment with COVID-19. But that was the position we took, I want to say in March of last year, that worked its way through the trial court. And the Supreme Court last week agreed with us that if you want to change this, the way it's compensated, you have to go and change the law and have the legislature fix it. And, that's another, gambling is another area, Chris, where we are glad to kind of to talk about putting issues to bed. That's been 13 years. It started under Attorney General Limpiaco. We've had Pat Mason work on that, who passed away this year, but he was very involved in that. We had our former deputy in civil litigation, Ken Orchid, Marianne Wallachuk, who's the assistant AG, who's been handling that. We've been on the opposite ends for many times, but this time we're on the same side. And I will tell you that we're unique when I go to these AG meetings. There are only two places in the country where by statute, the AG is not allowed to declare a partisan, declare a political party, Guam and the NMI.
Wow.
And the idea is the law shouldn't be interpreted based on politics, right? Based on the political party. And in this situation, you've had governors on both sides, from Republican to Democrat. You've had legislatures, both in Republican and Democrat. But every AG has had the same position from day one, which is the law says these machines are illegal. That's the end of the story. These rules and regs that showed up at the legislature without any public notice, without any public hearings, were void. And 13 years later, we were able to close it out and get it done in an opinion that was issued by the Supreme Court last week.
AG, so what does that mean for these machines? What types of machines are now out the door? What's the timeline? And are we going to see sledgehammers being taken to these things? What's going to happen now that the ruling's out?
So the Supreme Court does have a vehicle where you can request for rehearing and basically to ask the court to reconsider its decision. It's a very high standard and it's rarely done. I mean, it does happen. So that I like to say it's like the Dumb and Dumber scene where they're saying there's a chance, like 1 in 100, more like 1 in a million. It's like, so you're saying there's a chance, right? Yeah. So it's one of those things where like, yes, there's a chance, but it's not very high. So that process will take anywhere from a few weeks to a few months. And there will be a judgment or a document issued by the Supreme Court kind of ending the case. At that point, we've already started discussions with Rev and Tax. We will have to engage our partners at GPD and to just talk about what the enforcement mechanisms are going to be. And just to be reasonable, there'll have to be a period. I understand there's like 1,200 or 1,300 machines that are impacted by this decision. I also do want to clarify that there are laws that have exempted, or certain machines are allowed. And for whatever reason, I think we've talked about this, Chris, like horse racing video games are allowed. Like there's a specific statute just on that type of machine. I'm not sure what the history around that is. So they're very narrow, though. There's a very narrow class of machines that are authorized by Guam law.
And so
but everything else is going to be illegal.
Right. So when I look at that, it almost, and you're right, I don't know the history. I want to look into it, though. It almost seems like it would be like a special interest thing, because why would there be in statute an allowance for, like you said, horse video game racing? I mean, it kind of seems like maybe Party was bringing in these things and they needed something. But that's what I want to say. So the consistency, right? If we've fought for, over a decade to reach this ruling about the Liberty machines, then what does it mean for the other gambling devices? I mean, the intent's the same. It's gambling's gambling, right? These other devices that are legal under laws, that's it. They're legal, and it's the end of the story.
That's where it's up to our legislature to make that policy call, and our jobs are to enforce the law. That's what we're doing. We're going in and we're going to execute and enforce to our ability, but that's going to require a change of statute.
What about the CCU lawsuit resolution, AG?
Yeah, that was, that was the first time I think in quite a while that our office had taken action and to enforce. This goes back to these raises that were given in executive session that are clearly in violation of the law. We filed suit. We got, I believe, a $10,000 settlement. And one of the things that we really wanted to stress is, our direct service providers for people who are struggling with addiction. And we hear stories that getting an ID is a barrier to recovery because you can't get a job without an ID. Driver's education is another barrier where if I can't take driver's ed, I can't get a driver's license, I can't go to work. So those funds are going to be used, dedicated to our service providers, because power bills, believe it or not, are another one of those areas that we've heard stories of folks who qualify for housing aftercare after they've completed some of these treatment programs, but they have a $200 outstanding power bill, and that disqualifies them completely from these housing programs. So we said, $200, and we potentially are going to help someone on the road to recovery. So we're going to use, all of that money is going to be used and given back to our direct service providers to help those who might have outstanding utility bills so they can get into these programs and get their life started again.
Can you give us an example of what type of organization is a direct service provider?
Sure. Lighthouse Recovery Center is one that we have actually entered into an MOU with, as well as Oasis Center. They're the two primary ones that we've worked with. We talked about the first settlement we received about $275,000. $100,000 of that went to Guam Behavioral, and I think Teresa Ariola was on. She was saying that we've actually entered in that those funds are going to be used to hire 2 counselors with our RSET program of the DOC. So, we're making sure that money is getting to where it needs to be. And that was a law that was actually just passed, I think, last week. Again, it's been a long year going back to last week, but the governor signed this opioid trust fund into law, and it makes sure we've secured upwards of $14 million that are going to be coming in to fight our addiction issues. And all that money is going to be put in a trust fund, and they're going to have people, subject matter experts that are going to kind of decide the best way to use those funds.
Right. AG, could we just real quick go back to the gaming devices things? We had a comment here. Bottom line, it's from Yabit. Bottom line is the game rooms are still open. Now, just for clarity, this decision doesn't affect whether or not game rooms can exist on Guam. They can be open as long as inside those game rooms, the gambling devices that they have are legally allowed. Is that accurate?
Correct. If there are statutes that authorize specific machines and those machines are operational, I mean, that's not, you have to go back and change the law. That's the only recourse.
And then also, I know it wasn't on the list, AG, but the MOUs, I know that there's a few MOUs that we're hearing from the mayors that are with you, and then with the ESF, the Education Stabilization Funds. Can you just kind of give us a round robin on any MOUs?
Yeah, Chris, we deal with every year anywhere between 300 to 400 contracts and MOUs. And for the most part, when everything's done on the front end, it moves quickly, a week or two for us to sign. The ones that you're referencing, my understanding is that they've all been issued at this point, or we've approved them, and we're just waiting for finalization. So that's the last information that I have. If I'm wrong, contact us, let us know. I know that there was the mayors had an MOU for those funds, and then there was also this thing about the abandoned vehicles. And I got a text message at 5:30 in the morning saying, "What's going on? How come you guys are sitting on these documents?" And of course, it's a little bit more complicated because we do have a law, and I believe Angel Sablan was on, and he's very familiar with the issue, and he just pointed out like the way the law. That's another area where the law has to change, where there's all this bureaucracy. And how to get rid of an abandoned vehicle where you have to take to an impound lot, Rev Tax has to send certified mail to the last registered owner. They have 10 days to reclaim. If they don't reclaim and the value is above a certain amount, you have to do an auction. I mean, it's extremely, extremely complex for a problem that we all know exists in Guam and needs to be resolved. So that's another area where we've kind of said, hey, here's a law. We want to make sure that when you guys go out and have this program that's only for abandoned vehicles on public roadways and public easements, that you're kind of following the process, or go back to see someone at the legislature who might be willing to streamline the process a bit to just help us address that issue.
So with the abandoned vehicle one, has that one been completed and sent on, or is it still in review?
I know that it's under review and it's getting close, is my understanding. I think there just needs some additional clarification on whether or not there's some assurances that the law is going to be complied with for those particular circumstances.
And then for the education stabilization fund grants, that has already been sent on to whoever?
My understanding is most of those, if not all of them, have been. I don't have the big stack on my desk every day. My kids tease me that all I do is just sign documents. But we had huge boxes in there. We'll follow up. But if folks are waiting for them, our agencies, I believe, have been working with the governor's office directly on that. We've been in contact with them.
Can we move on to prosecution stuff? I don't know if we had got a comment from you about the indictment of the former DOC Deputy Director, Joey Terlahi, also the son of the current public safety chair.
That's about all I can tell you at this point, Chris, and that the hearing is set for next week. There's a arraignment, I believe, scheduled for January 5th. But I can confirm that a case was filed and it's moving forward.
What about some of the convictions that you've got? Pretty recently, and some pretty disturbing, disgusting, high-profile criminal sexual conduct cases.
Yeah, our prosecution division has been extremely busy, and again, going back to January of this year, this is still tough this month, and we have Omicron, and I'm just hoping that things stay steady. But in December, this time last year, we had hundreds of cases that we had a grand jury, and our prosecution division really made a huge push to clear because we weren't having grand juries based on our shutdown with Delta, the initial surge. So they've done a fantastic job clearing those out. We had a bunch of trials in January, February. We've had some very serious ones. I think you're referring to this criminal sexual conduct case that there was a conviction on earlier this week. And I mean, we're just extremely proud of our office. I think Assistant AG Sean Brown handled that one. Assistant AG Christine Tenorio is in a case right now that's very public. It's tough. These are tough cases to prosecute, but that's our job is not to get convictions, is to seek justice. And we have these victims who are coming forward and are going to get their day in court.
Man, AG,
we're glad to be part of that.
As we approach the new year, I was kind of just doing a little rough Google on some of the big cases for this year, and we started the year in January with that beheading, drug-related beheading, right? And it's been a pretty crazy year crime-wise. So what trials are slated to happen in the upcoming 2022 year that your office is kind of really working hard to prep for?
Well, that's the other thing too, Chris. People don't realize that we have an extremely high conviction rate for homicides in our office. I know that the ones that went to trial this year, there was at least 3 or 4 off the top of my head. I'm not going to name them because I might get the names wrong, and the parties that I'm aware of. But if you go back through the stories this year, I believe the Acosta murder trial was earlier this year. We got a conviction. There was another murder that happened in NCS where we got a conviction. I believe there's a trial scheduled for the Humatek incident that's scheduled for in a few weeks. That's going to start up. So, we GPD has been, Chief, I know has been on quite a bit too to talk about the advances they've made. I can tell you I've sat in with the briefings on some of the cases we've charged out, and they've been doing a fantastic job on their side investigating these crimes. And it comes down to prioritizing. We're going to prioritize violent crimes, in particular, rapes are going to be prioritized, and that's kind of the direction that under the leadership of Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley that we're taking. So you're going to see more of those types of trials, Chris, and connect them. It is an unfortunate thing, but we take those seriously.
Before I let you go, well, was there anything on your end that you want to bring up before my last question?
Well, we started with that. This year we had our Supreme Court victory, 9-0, and then that's going to start up again. We just received word that we have a new judge. There's a hearing scheduled in January, and we'll probably have a more detailed update for you on that. But that's just another, in line with our push for environmental issues, environmental litigation, and I'll probably set up something in a week or two just to talk about a case that we have cooking right now. That I know that you'll be interested in learning about some of the discoveries we've made over the last few weeks in our Consumer Protection Division.
Well, that sounds good, AG. So just going back to what you talked about, partisan and politics and 2022, that's an election year for Attorney General, right?
Is it?
Is it? I don't know. Is it?
I haven't checked my. I gotta check my calendar.
Yeah.
I don't want to have any mini hatch violations.
Yeah. No, but I mean,
the election commission.
Am I allowed to ask you if you're seeking re-election or?
We're focused on the work here, and I'm focused on my staff. And if and when that announcement's made, we'll be sure to let you know as well, Chris.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Thank you for asking. And
right on.
Happy New Year to you.
Wouldn't be me if I didn't ask. So appreciate it.
All right.
Well, Happy New Year, AG.
Thank you. Happy New Year. And please party responsibly, celebrate responsibly. Don't shoot your gun in the air. Don't drink and drive. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Right on. Attorney General Levin Camacho there. 8:25. Good talk. It's Thursday, December 30th, 2021. Pacific Points, Cavo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box proud to present this episode of The Link. We got to take a quick break. And we're coming back with our 8 o'clock newscast. Good morning.
We have the world at our fingertips. Inspiration in our touch.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Off a day and Happy New Year, everybody. I'm Daniel Perez with the KUAM News team, and my New Year's resolution is to smile more, be more happy, and just be outright positive. I just want to encourage everybody who is going through a hard time to feel the same, and you can get through it. Definitely put it on your New Year's resolution.
Off day, everyone. Gualusi Isaiah again from KUAM News, and my New Year's resolution is to be more happy and grateful, save money, and enjoy life more. Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy day, my name is Tomas Manglona, and entering the new year, I wanted to change the 3 W's we've been hearing throughout this pandemic into some of my personal resolutions. The first one being watch. I want to watch out for my surroundings and my loved ones more closely, get to nurture and know my surroundings even better. I want to wear love everywhere I go and express my appreciation to those around me at work, home, throughout the Marianas. And lastly, wash. I want to wash away all of the negativity of the last year and enter the new year with a fresh mindset. Happy New Year.
Hi everyone, Tyler Massanani here, and my New Year's resolution is to live a healthier, more balanced lifestyle and to also learn and grow in my faith. Happy New Year's.
Happy day and happy 2022, everybody. My New Year resolution is to concentrate more on myself. I felt 2020 and 2021 was more busy, so this year I just want to concentrate more on myself and just do things that kind of would make me happy. So other than that, Happy New Year to all of you guys.
Happy day, my name is Jonagan Charfritz, and my New Year's resolution, I'm a continued work in progress. So for the year 2022, I will continue to focus on my health, mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. And I'm just hoping for the best for all my loved ones and friends for the new year.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.
Good morning. Good morning. That's it, you know. After today's show, we're not going to see you. Wait for it. Until next year. Gonna miss you, Jay. It's been a good one. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
I'll see. Like after today, I'll see you in 72 hours.
Yeah. If you're lucky. We're not guaranteed tomorrow, bro. So we'll see. Hopefully. But thank you, man, Jay. It's been you know, we've always worked together before this pandemic, right?
And we did not know each other prior to you coming over to KUAM.
Yeah. So, and I mean,
or coming back to KUAM.
Right. But I came back here in 2004. Ooh, been here a minute. But I came back here in 2004 and was kind of doing my own thing up in the front of the house with the radio and all that stuff. And then, of course, I went back to the news. But, you know, we kind of been coworkers, right? But I think during this pandemic, we became friends.
Exactly.
So I want to thank you for your friendship.
Well, likewise, and you know, I also think that I mean, you know, I've always known you've been like a real stand-up guy and everything like that. But when I lost my dad 3 years ago, one of the first calls, because you know, like you know, he passed at around 9. I was getting the word around, and I just asked I asked Brie, I put in the chat, I was like, please just don't let anybody find out before they find out from me, because you know, like I'm also worried about, you know, like my sister in the States finding out, so you know, I don't want her to find out over WhatsApp and everything. But once things were getting out, you were one of the first people who actually sent me a message at 1 a.m. and you're like, hey man, whatever you need, like I'm here for you and everything. And I always remember that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that.
Appreciate you, man. Jay is he's a hardworking guy. He's by the book. He's a stand-up dude, and I'm very proud to call you my friend.
Well, likewise, and I've over
and I know I give you a hard time, bro, but that's just part of being my friend.
No, that's how it is. And but I've actually been able to. I was thinking about this last night. I've learned a lot.
So you think about me at night?
Yeah. You know, get a nice glass of wine, light some candles, and
woo, black candles.
Yeah. Sit in the tub with no water. You know.
Now it's going too far.
Yeah. But I've actually learned a lot about delivery from this show, like from you. And I remember when we changed over we first called it Containing COVID for about 3 months, and then we, you know, took a break to dress up the set, you know, because we put this wonderful like backdrop on there.
Yeah.
But then when we came back, I remember I asked you, because I've always been so fascinated by comedy. And I remember asking you, it's like, when you go through times like this, how do you know when it's appropriate to parody something, to make light of something, to, you know, question something in a comedic context and everything like that? And I think my broadcast game over the last 2 years has been changed, and hopefully like positive ways, because I've learned to like express myself differently, because I was always like, you know,
that's one thing different,
you know, stuffy like news anchor guy for the last, you know, 22 years.
And I think that you know, you got a lot of fans, Jay. You had a lot of fans before this show, and I think that during the pandemic, you really kind of showed a different side of yourself. I mean, it was always there. He's always been Jason Solis, but I think people kind of really connected with this show, and you know, with you too. So.
Well, like Sean said about Joe Sir too, it's like, you know,
he's here as well. Yes,
if Joe was not here, has never called in sick, has never been late, has never been wrong.
Let me tell you, because it ain't like there's a bunch of people lining up to, you know, wake up at 4 a.m. and jump on this early morning show. So thank you so much, Joe Sir. Okay.
And you know what we should add, because you know, like kind of like Daniel Perez is here, one of our newest reporters, but. You know, Daniel, we played those clips that you interviewed like with the governor before. In normal air quotes like years and everything like that, typically the way we work here in like the pipeline, if you were a rookie reporter, you probably wouldn't get to interview the governor directly till maybe like year 2, like year 3, or you know, you'd slowly work into it. You've interviewed the governor like how many times now? Half a dozen?
Actually, well, first off, good morning everybody.
Yeah, and you're doing a fantastic job too.
So
think I've interviewed her about 6 or 7 times.
Yeah.
So you're new to this, right? Was it a big deal when you first interviewed the governor of Guam?
I mean, to be honest, I just saw her as a person also, but of course a very high person. Right. So I of course had to choose my words very carefully.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's fun, but her answers are, so and so.
All right. So you're not the only one. All right. Okay. Let's do our news.
Would you say she's a tough interview, or you know? How is it interacting with her? Because there's a lot that people don't see just watching like these clips and these individual sound bites and everything.
With Governor Liu, she's a very stand-up person, actually. If you ask her a question, she'll think for maybe 2-3 seconds and then answer it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then from there, she'll just be on a roll.
Yeah. Yeah. So in my experience with interviewing the governor, it's very similar because I get a lot of the clips of the interviews when you are able to get the governor is you really don't need, for the most part, to ask a follow-up question because a lot of times when you ask Governor Liu something, she'll just roll with it, right? Especially if it's something that she feels very passionately about, and obviously she feels very passionately about a lot of things. But the challenge I had in interviewing the governor when I was going out in the field and stuff, and even here on the show, is that like any governor, they have their protectors, right? And that's really their job. Like, for example, Crystal Paco San Agustin, like, she's the communications director, and as the handler of the governor, if you will, it's also her job to, keep the governor from being exposed, from going too deep into uncomfortable subjects. And so it's funny when I watch a lot of your interviews when you get to asking the questions, and I really got to give you credit for asking the questions, my friend. When you get to starting to ask some of the questions, when you get deep into the answers, and right when I start to be scratching my head, I can always hear Crystal saying, "Okay, everybody, time to move along. We got to do this." So to me, that's always been the challenge as well, is that there's very limited access to the governor. So anytime you can get her, of course, it's important, right? And it's newsworthy. But outside of those press conferences where we really had an opportunity to not just ask questions, but to get the answers and then to say, hey, that answer doesn't really add up. What about this? And a lot of times you don't have that opportunity when it's on the fly and you're just running into the governor at like the UOG Fieldhouse or whatever. So I got to give you credit for getting the information that you do get.
Thank you, guys. It's super fun. Although Crystal does have, because she's actually, well, it's her job, but naturally the governor's there for a specific reason.
Yeah. But she's also the governor, and that's the governor. The governor is supposed to be able to answer. She's the governor. She's supposed to be able to answer the questions, and it should never be an inconvenience for public servants like the governor or the lieutenant governor to give of their time to the public, whether it's the media. It shouldn't. This idea that she's just the governor and she's got so many things to do and she's got to go here and we got this 1 o'clock. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're elected by the people. You owe the people an explanation, and so that's just my take on it. Daniel, we'll get to you.
And you've been with us what, 4 months now?
4 months. Yeah,
4 months.
exactly.
Yeah. And in that time, I know that, and maybe respectfully, maybe you're too new to your career to realize like the gravity of the stories that you've already done. You were at the clinic when the first day they started distributing like the monoclonal antibody treatment. You were at one of the ships when they first came in. Talking to returning servicemen and everything. Right. These are big stories, bro. These things mean a lot to a lot of people, and they carry a lot of weight with this community.
And it was super fun, especially with the MAB lab, because I saw firsthand the setup and what patients would be, going through, and it just seemed super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so you cover things with public health, so you've kind of seen in the last 4 months, talk about a great time to join the team. You caught the tail end of the Delta surge, and now you've been covering public health as we've been in this lull, right, with COVID. So what's that been like to kind of cover when it was hot and heavy versus like now where, pretty much everything's open?
When it was hot and heavy, of course, I had very limited access to, of course, Janela Carrera, but it's because we were in the surge and she was also trying to get all the info that we, asked. But as opposed to actually being on the field, testing sites, vaccination clinics. It was interesting too, because I did not expect it to be like super full, to the point where, especially in the testing sites, they would have to cut off cars. So those people that had to wait had to head back home and then come back the very next day. So just seeing that, I was like, wow.
Yeah, and I'm sure you would agree that even though you cover a very specific beat, and you wind up talking a lot of the time to like some of the same people about developing issues and everything, this job really is never the same thing twice.
Never, yeah. That's definitely true.
Hey man, 8:46.
If you get bored on this job, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast. He's here with the very latest, and he's in for Sabrina Salsa Matanani, who is again on family leave. Jason Salas from the KUAM News team. Good morning.
Good morning, and everybody. As we've been telling you all morning, the number of Guamanians admitted to the hospital may have gone down, but the CAR score has leapt up in a pretty alarming fashion. 6 people were reported hospitalized. That's down 2 from the previous day. Of those patients, 4 are vaccinated and 2 are unvaccinated. However, 30 new cases out of 804 samples taken on Tuesday were confirmed. The CAR score continues its alarming upward trend from yesterday's 1.2 to now 2.3. Regionally, the CNMI recorded its own 13th COVID-related death and surpassed 3,000 total COVID-19 cases. We'll bring in Tomas Manglonia later on this morning, and he will have more perspective on the NMI's continuing management and battle and journey, I guess is the right word, with COVID-19. But first, let's go back to the newsroom where Tyler Matanani is standing by, and she is anchoring this morning's Link.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend that the quarantine and isolation period be shorter for those who catch COVID-19. Will Guam follow this advice? Daniel Perez has more.
So the CDC did make recommendations for quarantine and isolation period, but those recommendations were for healthcare workers. So this is for the healthcare industry. And they also noted that this is for individuals who have received their full vaccination or have been fully vaccinated, as well as their booster shot.
Public Health PIO Janela Carrera clarifying just who the new quarantine and isolation period covers under the new recommendation released by the CDC yesterday. Carrera spoke on why the change was made and if Guam will follow suit.
The reason for this is because they do recognize that there may be a shortage in the healthcare industry, or for those that work in the healthcare industry. So if you're fully vaccinated and have received your booster shot and you have tested positive or have been exposed to someone who tested positive, then there is a shortened period for isolation, or for for isolation and for quarantine.
Carrera further added that the island's isolation and quarantine policy remain the same until any changes are officially announced. As for the recent uptick of residents getting tested for COVID,
some of our folks decided that after the Christmas holiday to come in and get tested. And so we did see kind of an increase in people coming in to get tested, which is a good thing. We do encourage that, especially when people are feeling symptomatic, to come in and get tested.
the Tizan testing site is open Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for those that want to get tested. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
For those wanting to get the Pfizer vaccine, it could take a while. The UOG vaccination clinic ran out of the Pfizer vaccine just yesterday, and Public Health PIO Janela Carrera gave KUAM an update if more are on the way.
We have been continually releasing orders for not just Pfizer, of course, it's all of the vaccine makes. So what it is there is a nationwide like blackout shipment. So it's not just Guam that's facing this. So between December 23rd to December 27th, there was nationwide, there were no shipments going out because of the holidays. This will occur again between December 30th to January 3rd. And so there are some shipping delays because of that. And so right now, there are no Pfizer vaccines the adult vaccines available.
Carrera added that public health hopes to get another shipment in this week and assures residents that they are tracking the shipment, but there are no guarantees due to the shipping delays. When asked if any Pfizer vaccines are left on island,
for public health, we currently don't have any, but for the community health centers, they are low on stock. So I don't have the exact number of how many the community health centers has, but currently they are the only ones that have.
For those wanting the Pfizer shot, Carrera said the private clinics may have, since they are able to order their own stock. Public Health still has their Pfizer pediatric, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. Animal Wellness Action again calling on Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to do something about publicized cockfights coming up on New Year's weekend at the Dededo Cockpit. Wayne Pacell of AWA obtained a schedule of cockfighting for the month of January, while Governor Lou Leon Guerrero signed into law a local law that contradicts the federal cockfighting ban. Pacell said the governor is abetting illegal activity by turning a blind eye to bird fighting on Guam. Pacell pointed to what he said are illegal shipments of cockfighting roosters to Guam signed off on by the Department of Agriculture as further proof the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration is thumbing its nose at the federal law banning cockfighting in the states and territories. In a press conference, Pacell also addressed what he said are massive amounts of cockfighting cash going unregulated and untaxed on island. Revenue and Taxation Deputy Director Marie Lizama told KUAM since rooster fighting is illegal on a federal level, DRT has no role in regulating monies collected from it. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And we've got some fairly sobering news from you now on the mainland front, as while everybody continues to make preparations for New Year's Eve celebrations. And you heard the Attorney General of Guam saying, please celebrate safely and responsibly. Today saw record all-time highs for the number of coronavirus infections in the United States. Here's Deborah Alfarone with the alarming numbers.
The U.S. is seeing a surge of new COVID cases as the country prepares for New Year's celebrations. The CDC reported yesterday hit an all-time high for the U.S. with more than 400,000 new cases. But as cases spike, the CDC is defending its decision to reduce quarantine from 10 days to 5 for asymptomatic COVID patients.
About 85 to 90% of viral transmission happens in those first 5 days, which is why we really want people to stay home during that period of time and then mask for the rest of the time to capture that last 10 to 15%.
While the White House has promised 500 million at-home COVID tests for free next month, there are some new questions about the effectiveness of the quick result antigen tests. The FDA is warning that the antigen tests may be less capable of detecting the Omicron variant, which could lead to false negatives. That's part of the reason why the CDC says a negative test is not required before coming out of isolation.
We don't know how this antigen performs with regard to predicting transmissibility towards the end of your period of infection.
The good news is the PCR test used at most testing sites is very reliable and can detect even tiny amounts of the virus. The bad news, lines are still long at most testing sites. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
And speaking of COVID-19, back here on home, of course, the pandemic caused panic and illness throughout the world. But of course, Guam was also fighting a pandemic long before. But one company has used business strategy and rather innovative thinking to not only survive, but thrive. Tyler Matanani profiles Paradise Fitness Center for this week's Inside Business Report.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
When the mandates came down, fitness centers were the first to close and the last to open. But now, Paradise Fitness is back and ready to help the community get on track to a healthier lifestyle.
We were already in a pandemic, a global pandemic before COVID, and it was globesity, obesity, diabetes, chronic disease, non-communicable diseases. That in itself, we've been battling that since we've opened, and I think that's the foundation of why Paradise Fitness even started.
Paradise Fitness General Manager Michael Scrow backtracks life before the pandemic and how 2 years later it's become apparent that now more than ever people realize that exercise is essential.
I mean, people use this as an outlet. It's a therapeutic release, right? It's a part of their daily lifestyle and routine, and people rely on our services. And to have to close our doors for something that at that time was uncontrollable, it hurt.
With 4.5 months of closure, he says they felt the community's need for them more than ever. They shifted their landscape and started online services. They did Facebook and Instagram live classes along with weekly motivations. They sent newsletters with tips and anything they could do to reach out to their member base. They even froze memberships and gave extensions.
We have these 3 state-of-the-art world-class facilities and no one inside of it, you know, so lights were off. It was really weird to see. It was a weird feeling, but we knew that eventually we were going to open up.
And when they finally did, it was a new environment, a whole different feeling. The Fellowship of the Fitness Industry had evolved, and they had to come up with a system that was realistic for their business model.
It was never a clear definition of what the real guideline was. Right, so we just had to take that approach on and say, you know, well, this is our Paradise Fitness safety guidelines, and this is what we decided. And, you know, just slowly they were embracing it, and we're just happy that finally people can come in and work out.
Of course, there have been some changes. Scrow says that their main focus was to deliver service to the island in the safest way possible while following DPHSS guidelines. Capacity and mask wearing was one, and clients must be vaccinated, which he says that in itself was a whole different battle.
Sometimes they can't even bring in their membership card, you know? So to bring in a vaccination card, what we did is we made it seamless and they can email it to us. That way we put it on file, so that way they don't have to keep showing it to us every time. The etiquette in the industry is always wipe down equipment before and after each use, right? But now it was like sanitation to another level, right? We actually close midday. Every day we close from 1:30 to 3 just to sanitize and fog the whole facility. So we had to get EPA standard solutions to make sure we clean the whole facility, you know, during the midday, so right after the first rush. And then classes, we had to, of course, 6 feet apart, capacity of how many people could be in the room.
As the new year rolls in, they're preparing for their open house where the community is invited to experience Paradise for the first week of the year. They'll also be launching their Paradise clothing line coupled with Paradise performance classes. So if you have a goal and a plan, they're ready to support. For Inside Business, I'm Tyler Matinani.
I do have a daughter with a pre-existing health condition, and I worry about her. And if certain communities are not vaccinating, certain families are not vaccinating, I'm just sorry, I'm getting a little emotional because I worry about my daughter. And she doesn't have the choice. She's 2.
A sign of the times, parents probing a leading medical epidemiologist on Saipan working with the World Health Organization in the NMI's first surge. 10,000 students on Rhoda, Tinian, and Saipan return to campus next Monday.
It's important for your child to get an education. And this is why I always, one of the key protection measures is masking within the classrooms and social distancing. And that does it. And I have seen it do it in multiple studies.
Dr. Khan is confident that with increased vaccinations, a return to campus is safe.
So we know schools are not main drivers of community transmission in CMI. And there's been a nice study now of over 191 countries where they've looked at opening schools and what that means for community transmission. And school opening is not associated with community transmission.
He says vaccination of students should not be a prerequisite for schools to reopen. Most schools in the NMI are above 70% vaccination.
A new measure that's also available on CDC guidelines is to test kids in school, including the ability to use testing so that kids don't need to quarantine. So again, there's lots of layers of protection for kids to go back to school in person and do it very safely.
It's a reassuring message that's a far cry from the episodic closures that plagued the past year. Tomas Manglona for KUAM News.
Buenas tardes to get some to be finut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Tatangin malago mabakuna na si Pfizer na amod panlanghaw sa pila ma'am. Iklinik Universidad Guahan sa manunsya na hoko ki Pfizer na amod. Gi matis ay Public Information Officer gini Departamento sa Salud Publiko, Janela Carrera, asangan na alaha mohon na makroji otunay ng karga bago na semana. Lo asegurado lo ki residente ni Isla na matatitizi shipment. Lo tisina garantia sa pwedinite ni man mafatumagi na shipment. Para jabat malago ni Pfizer na amod binakuna, ilinga si Carrera na private clinic siya sa sinamangay sa may kakat galokwi. Gwagwahan na si Pfizer Pediatric, Moderna, Johnny Johnson & Johnson na amod gi Public Health. Masasunto, Yanamo Wellness Action na grupo sa mga tali magahaga, Lulion Guerrero para utogi matsaya hafa na di may amfafod may publiko pirigatsaria siya ni para masasedi gwini gi mamaylan o tumun simana gi sa dededu. Si Wen Pasao ni tauto AWA sa manuli schedule gatsaria siya para Enero na mes. Menta sa gobyerno afidma di lai gwini ni kidentay man na probido gatsaria ni federat. Laingan si Pasao na gobyerno sa juristisya itiligan na aktibidad dati atetendi gwini gi sa Guahan. Asanga man si Pasao na Guaha siya man mafatugadzu magi Guahan. Sa finiman ni Departamento ng Agrikultura, sa pudadzo ano kay gobyerno na disatetendi ilay ni federat no na probido gatsaria gi Estados Unidos ni teritoryo siya. Gi press conference ginigap na dia, asangan man si Pasao na sen may kay nasalapi gatsaria gwini gi Isla sa timan mareregla sa timan matatax. Isgundo maga si Revenue and Taxation si Marie Lizama asang ani KUM na pwede probido gazera para federat tawad sa business niya ay Revenue and Tax para mareglay sa lapin yung mahalong para adzo. Ito mo na suntag ifinot sa moro para pago na webes gini KUAM News. 2 días sa tetenan para nuevo isakan. Sa sinihan sumaw na ho mega di fireworks na show gibaza agad niya. Sigaw ni opisina ni gobyerno i fireworks ni 10 minutos sa nanako. Sa promasusedi gilas 12 geegan dia 1 gi Enero. Sa nanok sampri gimasya amano gati sa agad niya. Gi news release sa linya gobyerno na este na tempo. Unano na tempo tati. Iden na nasyoshat sa para 5 na taw-taw sinya. Sa pudi pesti ang festa set para takansela i fireworks. Ifanaton niya tati este na tradisyon sa sililabray na niya itaw-taw ta. I-fireworks sa pinalinunod sa niya organisasyon siya. Ginagobernamento sa ni private siya na business. KUAM sa uno na sponsor. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
On December 31st, starting bright and early at 5:30 a.m. in the parking lot of the Agana Shopping Center, professional cyclist Edward Onorang will start his trek of 150 miles. It's all to help raise funds for the Guam chapter of Make-A-Wish.
I thought, what better way, to enter the new year, right, with a nice endurance ride the day beforehand to challenge myself. And if I'm going to challenge myself in this way, to have the community, possibly like other cyclists in the community come along and also challenge themselves. And they may not right, the whole 150 miles, but like whatever your personal record is for distance, might be a good day to try and break that with me. Right now, I got interest in over maybe 20 cyclists that want to at least start the ride with me.
The 30-year-old Talofofo resident explains how the idea came to be.
I'm in the military. When I joined, the one thing I want to do is come back to Guam and have the opportunity to give back to the island. I've coordinated a bunch of community services with schools such as Southern High School and Marito Elementary, and wanted to try something new and use cycling as a tool. And I thought, what better way than creating a charity ride, especially for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, in which a lot of the committee of the Make-A-Wish Foundation are cyclists.
Onorang, who is a member of Eurocycling Trips CMI, teamed up with Chief Petty Officer Association of the Marianas. This nonprofit consists of active duty members who are chief petty officers in the military and volunteer for services and projects while they're off duty. The association will be assisting Onorang with collecting donations.
Just from hearing from the team at CPOA, we already have donations rolling through, and like that right there is incredible. Even if $1 was donated, like it will be worth the ride. So, but the more we can, of course, donate together, then the more wishes that can possibly be granted for throughout 2022.
He says the ride would not have been possible without his sponsors: Cars Plus, Bike Fix Guam, Bridge Fitness, Volt Sportswear, and Eurocycling Trips.
There's a lot of people that give back to the foundation, and what they do is real. They make a lot of people's dreams come true, and I just think it was a good charity to donate to.
You can donate via PayPal to cpoamarianas@gmail.com. In the memo, please use keywords like bike or Make-A-Wish. And remember, 100% of the funds raised will go directly to Make-A-Wish Guam and CNMI. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
SportsLink is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
Sanchez taking on St. Paul in the McDonald's High School Basketball Classic. Xander Sanchez with the strong take to the basket. Sanchez working on the defender, backs up and tries to attack baseline. Big man Ralph Macaldo comes up with the deflection on the pass attempt. Aiden Bonbon with the rebound, passes it off to Jethro Junio. Sharks were able to use their size inside the paint to keep the game close after 1 quarter of play. Rui Ventura with the beautiful pass from Sanchez takes it up for the score. 42-36 St. Paul with 5:37 left to play. Off the inbound, Josiah Quintanilla hustles for the loose ball and goes coast to coast for 2 of his 10 points in the game. Warriors get the dub 59-40. Jerfik Anu tries to pull up for the mid-range jumper, shots off. Kevin Tahaji with the board, outlet pass to Quintanilla, touch pass to Jacob Miranda for the transition scored.
St. Paul's known for run and gunning, but before run and gunning, we have to grab the rebound first, and that's my job. We work on it every day, and it's just part of our defensive plan.
I always tell them that just go with it. I got your back, and I get your rebound, and I do my best to put it up and get a bucket.
Feels good. This is my first time I suffered an injury that had me out multiple games, so just to get out there and play with my team, it's a blessing, and I'm still working to get to 100%, but I'm glad to be back out there.
Guam's DeAndre Cruz is the first homegrown Chamorro athlete to earn a Division I football scholarship. Cruz will be suiting up for Stony Brook University, located in New York.
It really feels great, especially like coming from Guam. Always had those dreams as a kid. Always wanted to play college ball, have dreams of playing in the league. It just feels awesome, especially after everything that happened the last few years. With being at 3 different schools, my mom always told me everything happens for a reason, and I stuck with that. And it just feels awesome to finally be in this position to live out my dreams and play Division I football.
All of his hard work paid off, from switching positions in schools to battling back from a knee injury in his last JUCO season.
It's a blessing to see my teammates, my brothers, signing to Division I football. Going to College of San Mateo, I knew it was a powerhouse, the reason I wanted to go there because I've seen a lot of people go out to 4 years from there, and I want to be a part of that program. So just seeing all the talent and all the hard work from my teammates really inspired me to work just as hard, and especially the coaches running a really good program, helping me understand the game a lot more. It's really a blessing, honestly.
Cruz is a product of youth football here on Island. He's proof that with the support of family, good grades, and determination, anything is possible.
If it's something you love and you really want to do, you have to put all your time, your effort, everything into the sport, and you just got to keep working. Honestly, it's really just the work. You just have to really be determined, stay dedicated, keep your head down, don't give up. School is definitely a big part too. You know, no one's gonna look at you if you don't have good grades. So that's the biggest part for me too. I always try to make sure I stayed on top of my academics, because you could have all the talent in the world, but if you don't have a good GPA or you're not doing good in school, then the coaches are just gonna brush you off and move on to the next player.
Notre Dame and JFK put on a good show in the McDonald's High School Basketball Classic last night at the Jungle. The Royals led 12-9 in the second quarter after hitting a couple of threes. Hannah Gogwe buries the deep ball for JFK. Faith Piper with the assist from Abigail Paulino. Islanders trailed 16-13. Gogwe with another three-pointer from up top. Hannah was balling out. Gogwe hit 3 shots from behind the arc in the quarter. Royals kept the game close down the stretch. Jada Hahn dribbles right and gives it up to Gogwe, who had the hot hand. Running jumper drops in for another 2 points. Hannah finished the game with a team-high 22. Good ball movement by the Royals to get it inside to Paulino, who finished the game with 6 points. Jada dribbling out of the corner finds Gogwe again for another 3-point shot. Islanders pick up the win 47-44. Hahn chipped in with 17 points. Pull-up shot here drops in for 2. KUAM Sports, Clutch Guam, ITNE, and Pacific Points come together to host a youth football clinic on January 9th at DGW Field.
Everybody good? If you dark right.
I'm a true believer that youth is where the inspiration starts, right? To drive the motivation. Once they play flag or even just going through a clinic, sometimes that's the bug that bites, and they become motivated and driven to kind of pursue that avenue of sports.
I'm really excited. I haven't been playing football in 2-3 years. It's just a good experience to come back and play the game we love.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Link with Dave Delgado, Double D, who always gives you his all every year. He's got a great 2021, and I know we're excited, especially with this partnership we got with Clutch Guam coming up for 2022. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore, offering everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. Also offering maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Best to Market. Call 735-7446 for more info. Now shipping to surrounding islands.
Okay, wait. Tomas is now here in studio, right? Laughing,
guys. So that
laughing his Stanford-educated butt
okay,
off
stop.
at me. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Stanford.
That computer
how
has sound effects on it.
Yeah.
If you want
Okay.
just go.
Okay.
We have
Stanford-educated Tomas.
Okay.
How would you say a generator sounds?
I don't know, but you need to replace that. Typhoon season. I heard it's gonna get worse. So.
Yeah, I don't know what that generator powers, Jay.
It charges my iPhone.
Yeah. 9:15. Tommaso, there was a big press conference this morning.
Yes.
You want to go ahead and recap that?
Sure, yeah. It was a packed press conference. The CNMI Governor Rob Torres held a press conference along with his Secretary of Finance, David Atalig, Secretary of Labor, Vicky Beneventi, and his Chief of Staff, Will Castro. A few things to cover, of course. The first of which is the COVID surge that the CNMI is currently still in. The CNMI last night, unfortunately, reporting its 13th COVID-19 related death, and also surpassing 3,000 total COVID cases. To get more specific there, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation reported 122 new cases last night found through surveillance and travel testing, and now there are 17 active hospitalizations. The CNMI's total case count is 3,085 cases, and they're at a 94.2% vaccination rate. Also, at the press conference, they discussed the premium pay that the CNMI frontliners are receiving.
What? Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, Tomas. What is this premium pay? Because this is allowable under ARP.
Yes, it is. And so we actually found out, we're going to have a full report tonight, but to share with you just fresh off the press conference, they're giving frontliners 400 as of this morning. 458 frontliners will receive $5,000 premiums if they've worked at least 40 hours since the pandemic began as a part of the direct COVID response, and then about 1,955 government public service employees are going to receive $1,000 in premium pay. In total, around $3 million in premium pay for this first batch. Secretary of Finance David Attilig did give context to this, saying it's all allowed under ARP spending, and that in their spending plan they allocated about $30 million for premium pay across the for premium pay in the pandemic response period.
Wow.
So this is the first batch of that. This, of course, specific to government frontliners, but there's also different programs that give it to healthcare workers. The public school system just gave out what they're calling retention bonuses. That's also kind of under the same category. And so, we're seeing this happen. And
I believe, though, the ARP also allows premium pay for private sector workers.
That's correct.
Yeah.
They also mentioned that today at the press
Really?
conference. They're speaking with these private sector employees as well, and they also mentioned some possible funds that people in the nonprofit sector can also apply for.
Wow.
And so it was packed. He spent about maybe 20, 30 minutes really drawing this out for us here. And so we'll have the report tonight on primetime. But again, the CNMI government announcing frontliners are going to be receiving premium pay in what appears to be the first batch of it. So much more to come in the coming months. And especially as lots of the officials this morning talking about how this is the CNMI's first surge. We're over 3,000 cases. We have 13 deaths now. The pay, I guess fortunately couldn't come at a better time.
Right,
So,
yeah. And so we wonder, because I was just talking about this morning locally here on Guam with the American Rescue Plan premium pay. Congressman San Nicolas mentioned it in his last few press conferences. I'm not sure if the governor's indicated, I don't know. But it is, we are eligible. Even guys, media.
Wow.
Media is also eligible for it.
Yeah, I
It's
think
I think any private sector worker who worked during the pandemic.
So you said you had to have logged 40 hours cumulative at least
for
to
the
qualify, right?
5,000.
For 5,000. 40 hours? Wow.
Yeah, for $5,000.
At least, but I'm pretty sure many of them have logged way more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the initial
So what you're going to
numbers-
look at is anybody who got 39 hours.
Yeah, they're like working today. Yeah, they're so yeah. Welcome news for lots of families, of course, who've been at the front line, and really in the CNMI's first surge, people really being tested to see how frontliners, of course, remain at the front line and have to respond to the surge that doesn't seem to have an end in sight. We're entering week 10 next week, and the cases are just going up. So
And our cases are starting to go up here too.
yeah, and just a last update with regards to the impeachment proceedings. Next week, the committee is meeting on Tuesday. That 9-member committee that was formed, it's expected the vote might happen next week or the week after. With the full House vote, 14 members would need to vote to impeach Governor Ralph Torres. Of the 20 members, And this morning, Governor Torres was asked by media his thoughts on the impeachment committee. The week before, he said specifically people like Tina Sablan, who's the Democratic gubernatorial candidate, shouldn't be in the committee. The committee was announced. Her name was on it. He said that, while the House might have the numbers to impeach him, that he believes he'll have a fair trial in the Senate if it gets there. I did ask him this morning. I said, Gov, your running mate, Vinny Sablan, who's your lieutenant governor, is in the Senate. Do you expect him to recuse himself if it gets there? And his response, he didn't really say if he expects that, but his response is that I'm sure they'll look into conflicts of interest at every angle and address it that way. I just thought it was a question that needed to be asked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his running mate who will potentially have a vote to convict or not convict. I mean,
so what the governor's response was that was it like, oh, Thomas, there's protocols in place where they would look at that kind of thing and it would be brought up?
Yeah, he said they would be fair and that they'll look at it. And so we'll see. Next Tuesday, we should have a clearer picture of when the actual vote will happen because it is soon. Starting the new year in that way.
Right. Yeah.
with the impeachment proceedings.
Right on. 9:21. We're going to take just a really quick break, and we're coming back with the One Micronesia podcast. We got Phoebe Fridays and a little something for the new year. Cocktail recipes all on the way right here on the link. Good morning.
Let us know what's up on our KOAM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the CNMI, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Off a day and Happy New Year, everybody. I'm Daniel Perez with the KUAM News team, and my New Year's resolution is to smile more, be more happy, and just be outright positive. I just want to encourage everybody who is going through a hard time to feel the same, and you can get through it. Definitely put it on your New Year's resolution.
Off a day, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again from KUAM News, and my New Year's resolution is to be more happy and grateful, save money, and enjoy life more. Happy New Year's, everyone.
Today, my name is Tomas Manglona, and entering the new year, I wanted to change the 3 W's we've been hearing throughout this pandemic into some of my personal resolutions. The first one being watch. I want to watch out for my surroundings and my loved ones more closely, get to nurture and know my surroundings even better. I want to wear love everywhere I go and express my appreciation to those around me at work, home, throughout the Marianas. And lastly, wash. I want to wash away all of the negativity of the last year and enter the new year with a fresh mindset. Happy New Year.
Hi everyone, Tyler Matsanani here, and my New Year's resolution is to live a healthier, more balanced lifestyle and to also learn and grow in my faith. Happy New Year's.
Half a day and happy 2022, everybody. My New Year resolution is to concentrate more on myself. I felt 2020 and 2021 was more busy, so this year I just want to concentrate more on myself and just do things that kind of would make me happy. So other than that, Happy New Year to all of you guys.
Half a day, my name is Jonagan Charfritz, and my New Year's resolution, I'm a continued work in progress. So for the year 2022, I will continue to focus on my health, mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. And I'm just hoping for the best for all my loved ones and friends for the new year.
Mariana.
When the mandates came down, fitness centers were
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated. I didn't have any symptoms. I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
All right, good morning. Good morning, 937. It's the Link Pacific Point, Scalable Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. 937 again, Thursday, last Thursday of the year, last show of the year. So let's get right to it. Let's bring this baby home. We're going to start with a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast, in which your hero, Victorious Falon, sits down and plays a little bit of catch-up with the FSM consulate office, which is great. I think he's going to talk with Sylvie from the FSM consulate. Right. Right. And so here it is, a sneak peek of One Micronesia podcast on the awesome KUAM Podcast Network. This is one of our flagship podcasts, and the sneak peek is brought to you by Taco Bell. Good morning.
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Walk me through the procedure of how I can get on one of those repatriation flights.
Before I go on to the steps into repatriation flights, I just want to say that all 4 states, good news is all 4 states are open for repatriation flights. I just want to make sure that the message is clear and the message is out there that all 4 states are open for repatriation flights, but it's all 4 states are not yet open for, the regular flights. We're still doing repatriation flights. Yeah, so in order to get on these repatriation flights or to be repatriated to your respective state in the FSM, first you need to register. And each 4 state has their own ways of registration. At least for Pohnpei, Pohnpei is different from the other 3 states. For Pohnpei, you have to register online. They have a website. You just go on Google, search for Pohnpei State Task Force CQE application. And then everything is done online. And then the registration will be received by the Pohnpei State Task Force. So, and the other 3 states, Chuuk, Coxsackie, and Yap, there's a hard copy registration form called the CQE. It's available at the consulate office here. You can also contact directly to the respective states' task forces, and they will provide you the application. You fill out the hard copy. Our office is here to support and help submit your registration to your respective states. So that's for registration. Mm-hmm. After registration, you are pre-selected.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there's a list. So you have to be pre-selected to be authorized to be on these repatriation flights. So you're pre-selected by the state task force, and the state task force will be submitting their pre-selected listing of passengers to the FSM National Task Force. FSM National Task Force is supposed to review and submit that approved listing to the FSM Consulate Office, which is us here on Guam. So that's how the pre-selected, being out to be selected, and how your name is going to be on that such list. That's the process. So our consulate office here will be the last one to receive the listing of approved passengers to be on a scheduled flight. So after the listing is done, the next step is the pre-quarantine. So for pre-quarantine, that's where the FSM Consulate Office is fully in charge and authorized to implement. Mm-hmm. So with the pre-quarantine on Guam, we receive people coming from mainland, from Hawaii, from Japan, from all outside of Guam. Everybody will fly into Guam, and if their names are on the approved listing, mm-hmm. we are tasked to put them into quarantine, pre-quarantine on Guam for 10 days. And before we put passengers into quarantine, we have to provide a mandatory orientation to provide the briefings, the do's and don'ts, mm-hmm. and we encourage everybody on the list to participate in the orientation. And then after the orientation and the check-in, we will take care of passengers for the 10 days mm-hmm. here on Guam. Government is covering for the 10 days hotel on Guam, 3 meals a day, and 1 laundry service.
Oh, wow. So, before we get to the do's and don'ts and how things are at the quarantine site, you talked about people being approved or pre-selected. So what's a qualification to get pre-selected? Because I know there has to be, like, and I know vaccination is on top of that list, on the checklist. So what other things do you have to meet, or criteria you have to meet to be pre-selected?
Okay, thank you so much, Faith. Well, the FSM national mandate still stands that the eligibilities or the priorities will go to stranded students, those that are graduated already, medical referrals, patients and attendants, essential employees, and truly stranded, those that left before the lockdown and they were supposed to go back home during the lockdown. But each respective state has their own eligibilities that they can share in their application forms or with the people that are applying with them.
So, but at the top of that list is vaccination a mandate, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As of now, you have to be fully vaccinated, 18 and above. You have to be fully vaccinated, and the definition of being fully vaccinated is after your last shot. It has to be 2 weeks before you enter the FSM, and you can use the 10 days in our pre-quarantine as part of the 2 weeks after your last shot.
So they're here in Guam. They're at the. And then let's talk about the quarantine sites. You talked about a lot of do's and don'ts. You talked a little bit about, what's being provided, meal, laundry service. What else can people, because, 10 days is a lot. I'm just going to be real. 10 days is a lot, but it's for a great reason. I mean, you guys did not implement this or put this in place if not for a great cause. So you guys are doing this for a great reason. So let's talk about do's and don'ts.
Thank you so much. So as I mentioned in the process and the responsibilities of the FSM Consulate Office, we really want to emphasize on the orientation. That's where we share all the details and all the information that a passenger needs to know and needs to follow, mindful of, in order to have a really safe and peaceful 10 days quarantine here on Guam. So there's basically a lot of we're a little bit more stricter than the states when they reach there. That being said, is due to our pre-quarantine is on Guam. Guam is a COVID zone, and so we try our best to minimize exposure and outside contact to the passengers. I mean, that's the purpose, the purpose of our pre-quarantine on Guam. And of course, the ultimate goal is not to send any positive cases to the FSM. And that's the burden is on us. And that's why we ask and encourage our passengers, citizens, and residents to work and really cooperate with us during the 10 days quarantine. First, once you check into the quarantine, and we have our own lockdown time. Normally, we check them in, process them, do the paperwork, and lockdown is normally at 6, can be earlier than 6, depending on the situation. So after 6 p.m., let's say 6 p.m., after 6 p.m., we're on lockdown already. Nobody's allowed to step outside their room. No visiting if you have relatives that are neighbors next to your room, you're not allowed to visit them. And the most popular one and the most important one is no drop-off at all. So what should you do? I encourage you to anticipate everything you need and prepare well and bring everything you need to be with you from day one all the way to departure day. You need to make sure that you bring all the little things that you normally just remember and walk to the store and get it, like Tylenol, Motrin, toothpaste, toothbrush, the little things. Your extra slipper, if you're prone to getting headache, or you're a medical patient, you need to stock your medication supplies to be available and to to be enough for the whole 10 days. Chewers, you need to anticipate your chewing habits. 10 days, some people think they brought enough cigarette. They think they thought they brought enough chew betel nuts, but they run out, and that's constant complaints of can my relatives drop off my cigarette, So it's I encourage you to prepare well, anticipate every little thing that you will need in 10 days in Guam quarantine, and bring everything with you.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
All right, that was a great little sneak peek at the One Micronesia podcast. Hey, I'm hungry. Let's go ahead and get into Feed Me Fridays, which is brought to you by our friends at King's right here on the link.
It's Feed Me Fridays on the link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Hop everyone, Guahusi Isaiah again, and welcome to another edition of Feed Me Fridays, or Feed Me Thursdays, I'd say, because we're airing this tomorrow because we're off on New Year's Eve. And joining me to my left, your right, is Lacey Martinez.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. Excited, actually.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here with you because you are a food expert, a longtime food writer.
No, I'm just an expert at eating. I'm a long-time eater.
A long-time eater? Both of us. It makes us both long-time food eaters. What are we trying here today?
I think today we are having appetizers.
So when we try our appetizer, whatever we eat here at Feed Me Fridays is decided by our KUAM viewers and our KUAM fans. So today we are trying the chorizo nachos and the longanisa fries, correct?
Thank you so much for your choices. Hopefully it'll go well. Actually, I'm sure it will go well.
Let us try the longanisa nachos. Or longanisa fries, I apologize.
So longanisa fries. Obviously, we're using longanisa sausage. Are you familiar with that? I think you might have had some here.
I had some here on my first episode of Feed Me Fridays back in June for PI month.
It's kind of a small, sweet sausage. I prefer it well done, butterflied.
Me too.
I think people have a real big preference with that.
I boil it first and then I fry it.
Oh, see?
Yeah, I cut it in half and then I fry it.
You're a longanisa expert already.
Yes.
Now this has tomatoes, jalapenos, cheese, and I was wondering, do you like spicy?
I do love spicy. I can have spicy anytime. It doesn't give me a hard time at all.
Now, these look like definite nacho jalapenos, and sometimes they're spicy, sometimes they're not. So I guess it's going to be a gamble. Or why don't you go ahead and go first?
All right. I'm actually really excited for the sour cream. I love sour cream.
Right. I would probably ask for extra sour cream.
Oh my goodness.
But I have to tell you though, viewers, French fries, that's my jam. I could eat it for breakfast, lunch, dinner, appetizer.
I'm going to try to get everything. Even the jalapenos and the longanisa.
And I wonder how many of us actually order an appetizer when we come here. I do.
I do too. I do it when I have company with me. Obviously, I mean, for me, it's just more to eat.
You know, there's an appetizer on the menu as well. It's the Italian cheese bread. And I often order that as a meal. Even to take back to the office across the street, down the street. So, spicy?
Yes.
Spicy. Oh, it's spicy.
I know, I'm starting to sweat, but it's really good. The jalapenos is great.
Hold up. I did not even get a sausage on it.
Yeah, try it.
Okay, that little bit of a jalapeno there.
That is hitting me.
Oh, gosh. And you said you like spice.
I do love spicy. For Christmas, I had 17 bags of hot Cheetos last year.
Okay.
So, I could eat spice anytime.
Like, did you eat it at Christmas, or that's what you received for Christmas?
I received it for Christmas, and I spread it throughout the year. It ended in April. What do you think of it?
I love it. There's this sauce on top that they have. It is drizzled with a chipotle cream sauce, I guess.
Definitely could taste that.
Oh, man. And you know, sometimes some people don't like soggy French fries, but I certainly do.
Yes.
Well, it's covered in something.
No, for sure, with sauces. But I love how the spice of the jalapeno goes well with the sweetness of the sauce.
Right, and the sausage.
Oh, and yes, the sausage as well.
Well, that sauce isn't particularly sweet. I think it's really that cream really cuts that spiciness. I did get another jalapeno.
Yeah, me too. I think this is the third jalapeno I had. I should back off a little.
They're nice big slices also of sausage, of longanisa. I have no shame. I'm going to continue to eat.
Okay, no, for sure. This is really good. But I didn't try the sour cream.
Oh my gosh, we didn't even try the sour
I know.
cream.
I'm gonna go in for one more.
That's a testament to how kind of delicious this is, that you don't need sour cream.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need it. Do we want it?
Now we are going to try. We are definitely gonna try the chorizo nachos. I'm ready to dig in. You like nachos?
I love nachos.
Okay, what about it do you like?
Well, chips.
Okay.
Sour cream, cheese.
Okay. Let's see.
My second favorite food in the world next to French fries are chips.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
I made a mess, but that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, totally.
Now, these are the chorizo nachos. Most of us are familiar with the chorizo fries, the crisp cut fries.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just another way to eat it, I suppose.
Mm.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to eat it with a fork. I'm a lady.
Yes, we have to. We're on camera. I mean, for
At
me,
least this time, all right. In real life,
we eat it with our hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
You hear that crunch?
I give this a 10 out of 10. This is really good. I love the crunchiness to it. I love the chorizo sausage. And just all goes well together, including the cheese.
The two cheeses here. The sour cream to kind of cool down that jalapeno again. I think I'm going to have that jalapeno right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
The tomatoes, so very similar items on the longaniza fries, but no chipotle cream sauce. I think it's because you have the sausage,
Mm-hmm.
the chorizo rather, excuse me. Chorizo means sausage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And chorizo actually isn't typically my favorite, and I usually will not have it on my fries when I cook here. But this is kind of different.
Totally.
Mmm.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome. All
Thank
right,
you
thank you
so
so much.
And we are pivoting to dessert.
Awesome.
No, he's asking me if I'm going to use my plate. No. Why? Because I get one, and you get the other.
Awesome. Let's try it.
Go try it.
Oh
Let's
man,
go
this
the
looks
way
so
real quick.
good.
So we are also featuring the King's Crepe today. If you have never had a King's Crepe,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing with your life? So, and what are you having?
I'm having the flan. Is that correct?
I
Is that
believe
the
that's
term?
right. It looks like it's chocolate.
Mm-hmm. I love the whipped cream, the powdered sugar, and the chocolate drizzle again.
I'm almost like speechless because this also, I love a complete meal. We had
I do.
appetizers. We're going to have lunch later, but we're having dessert. Also, as an adult, I always tell my nieces and nephews, I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want. Let's start with you. What do you think?
Awesome. Let's go ahead and dig into this. Getting all types of, all the things that are on this plate.
Moist.
I love the moistness. So I'm covering my mouth because it's just so good and it's going to fall off my mouth. Would you like to try it?
I would, but I want to hit this one first.
Go ahead, try it.
Isaiah was kind of like, we were talking, I'm like, this isn't a dessert you typically get when you come to King's.
No.
Why?
It's my, I'm just not into grapes, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
I think that you should try everything at least once, or at least everything on this menu, the menu here at King's at least once. So this is the full crepe. You usually get 3 ice creams. I believe we got all of them. Strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla. So, and this is really like, it's not like a real crepe, okay? I'm not saying that this is not authentic, but it's more like a very thin, crispy, almost crispy pancake. So I'd say give it a try. Vanilla's over here if you're a born Christian.
Yes.
Just kidding. Vanilla's a great flavor.
Yeah, and I love the ice cream scoops that are huge right now. It looks good. I love chocolate. I love strawberry.
Yeah, I hit both of them. I got a combination of strawberry and chocolate. I'm going to put that in my mouth.
All right. What do you think? I'm going to
I
try
get this
it.
every single time.
Okay. So this is not a first for you. I'm going to try it.
I also get the crepe when I just want dessert.
Oh,
Yes, you can get this as a single, I believe. I'm not sure if they're doing the big crepes, but you can. Before you could get like a 5-scoop crepe.
Oh wow, this is pretty big already.
I mean,
You seem bigger.
big is relative.
Okay.
I could eat this with one other person and I'd still be like,
I want more.
kind of want more. But that's just because I love the crepes. And you know, when we used to do like Foodie Call or whatever, our old food blog too,
Yes.
podcast. King's is one of those places that unfortunately my cousin-in-law / Corey, he told me, and we're talking about places you have to go if you are coming home to visit, and King's is one of the places he said. Crepes as well, having a crepe.
Okay, I can see why you love crepes.
All right, darn it, now I have to share.
I love how the ice cream just melts into the pancake and the pancake soaks it up, and it just goes well together. I think I could have this for breakfast tomorrow.
You absolutely could. So, I guess we're done here. Well, I need a little bit of private time before we head back to the office, so really thank you for having me on. Thank you for allowing me to share this with you.
Thank you for chatting down with me.
And Happy New Year.
All right, bring your friends and family this holiday season. King's is open 24/7 even through the holidays. With Feed Me Fridays, I'm Isaiah Uggan.
And I'm Lacey Martinez.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and Devondale.
For 2021, look forward to a whole lot more in 2022. KUAM TV, thank you guys. It's been so great. Remember, no show tomorrow. We're taking the holiday. Be safe. And to our team in Master Control, thank you for your continued support with sharing the link on KUAM TV. My name's Chris. For Jason and Sabrina and Joe Sir Esta. Adios!
Holiday guys, it's the end of the year. We're about to celebrate and ring in a whole new year, and we're always excited to sit down and just have a great time with our friends at Mid-Pac, and of course the one, the only, the beautiful, the amazing Kimmy Goldwheat always comes through to show us the many ways you can prepare your drink as you know, like I said, ring in the new year 2020. And I'm here with of course the one, the only Ty. Well, thank you for sharing this moment with me and with Kimmy.
Oh man, I'm so glad to be here. It's always so much fun whenever we come to Mid-Pac headquarters. And of course, we have my cousin Kimmy, so we know that she knows what she's doing. And I believe you said there's about 7 different drinks that we're going to be doing, maybe more.
Maybe 8.
Maybe 8? You know what, Kimmy, make that 10. It's 2020. There you go.
Woo! All right, so we're aiming high for this new year. We're going to ring it in on a good note. So tell us what we're going to be doing today.
Well, we have a bunch of different cocktails that we're going to make. From whiskey to vodka to sparkling wine, and we're going to end with the beautiful champagne. So you cannot do New Year's without a sparkling wine or a champagne.
That's right.
So let's get into it with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Apple. So this has a very, very pungent apple flavor, and it's a very, if you like apples, if you like that sour apple or whatever apple flavor, you're going to love this. Super easy drink. Ice, of course. And then, you know, an ounce, plus and a half, 2 ounces of Jack Daniel's.
Who's counting, right?
Whatever.
It's like 2 shots.
I found Crown apple juice. The recipe calls for cranberry juice, but I thought it couldn't hurt with apple mixed in.
Nice. Wow. Look at that. Ooh, we got color.
I love Jack Apple. It's nice and, I don't know, it's much refreshing. Yes.
And then a squirt of some lime juice.
So pretty.
I know. Look at that.
Jack Apple and Crown.
Oh, that lime just gives it that extra citrus punch. I love it.
Tasty
Okay,
time.
we're going to try it?
Yeah.
You're our first one.
Have a swig. Because after that, we're going to do Jack Apple shots.
Oh, okay. Now you're talking. My language.
Refreshing, right?
I better slow my roll because we have like 6, 7 more things to try out.
So
you
just
said 15, so.
Take it up a bit just to chill it, and then pour it into these cute little shot glasses.
Okay, let me see again. So that was just a chilled Jack Apple.
Yes.
Nice and simple. I love it.
There you go, and you guys.
Kimmy, you are spoiling us.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to 2022.
Let's go get it.
Let's make this so much better.
Oh, wow. Kimmy, way to kick us off here. All right. Let the party begin.
Yeah, you gotta start with whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
Next, we're gonna do Everyone Loves a Mule. This is a fruit take on a regular mule. So this is Stoli Raspberry.
Cold drinks only.
So the one thing I love about Stoli is that, you know, they created a ginger beer that actually is probably the best ginger beer on island.
I like it because
in the
it
world.
has that little spice from like real ginger.
So the vodka actually brings out that spice. So this was just Stoli raspberry ginger beer. You can do equal parts or, you know, 3 parts ginger beer, 1 part Stoli, whatever you want. Garnish with some raspberries to just bring out that raspberry flavor. And then garnish with the lime, but also I want to squeeze a little lime in there just to enhance that ginger beer. And then of course, sprig of mint. So this is for you.
Oh, thank you. I've actually never had one before.
You've never had a meal?
I've always seen people post it on Instagram, like, I've always wanted to try one of those things. But guess what? Going into 2022, I've tried it.
New experiences.
Oh my God, you're right. That raspberry there.
Yeah.
And what's great about X-rated is you can have it just by itself.
You could.
And it's so good.
But I honestly never met anyone that does not like X-rated. Oh. And it's
new
French.
bottle.
So pretty.
I know these bottles are a little different. Okay, she got it.
So, you know, ounce, and a half, whatever.
I was counting, right?
Whatever you want. Who's going to try the X-rated?
Oh, maybe we'll alternate. I'll take like some X-rated.
You know, switch it up.
And then just 7 Up.
Yeah.
So pretty cute. You just stir it up a bit.
Oh, it smells so good.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to Vic because he was more excited than Tyler was.
I love X-rated, but well.
Oh, that's it. Game over, guys. The show is over. Just kidding. This is so good. X-rated.
So now we're gonna segue into sparkling wine. So Cinzano is an Italian house that they make a really great Prosecco. And the one thing I love about Prosecco is that it's very versatile in what you can do with it. So I'm gonna start with a truly like Italian classic. It's called an Aperol Spritz.
So what is Prosecco?
Prosecco is just a type of sparkling wine. It's made all over the world, but it started in Italy, I believe, and it's a
Woo-hoo! Hey, there you go. Happy New Year!
Got me a little sweaty.
Oh, wow. There you go.
So yeah, so with an Aperol Spritz, you, of course, ice. You can do it with or without ice, but it's hot here, so we are gonna do a bit of ice. So you just do about half the glass or so of Prosecco. And Aperol is a bitter aperitif. So it's something that you drink before you have a meal and it helps with your digestion.
Really?
Yeah. And then a little bit.
What is it again?
An aperitif. It's an Amaro.
I don't know what either of those things are.
Aperitif is a type of drink that you drink before the meal. That's what.
Is that alcohol based as well?
Yes, it is. It's
medicinal. There you go.
An Amaro.
More reasons why to drink.
And then what is this?
So it's just club soda to top it off to give it. Because if you're not used to drinking these bitter-based cocktails, I would recommend topping it off with a little club soda. It's one of my favorites, but
you gotta have your orange
orange.
Okay.
Ooh, let us know in time. What's the verdict?
I like that. What is this flavor?
Oh, it's an orange bitter.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're gonna segue to just even simpler sparkling wine cocktails.
Oh, it just keeps on going. All right, girl.
Keep it rolling, Kimmy.
So we are gonna do Prosecco just as is. You can drink it as is. I personally love Prosecco. Cinzano is a great Prosecco.
Four Season, Kimmy. Oh.
And
now
then
we're talking.
for the sweet tooth people,
it's a nice
can you
brunch
look at that for
vibe.
me?
I got you, Kimmy.
We're gonna pour a little Four Seasons in it to make kind of like a mimosa, Bellini, whatever you want to call
It's
it.
a nice brunch vibe on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot go wrong.
Nice.
Maybe just bring that with you as you're,
I know,
you're
right?
traveling down.
So this is Prosecco with Four Seasons, and this is Prosecco as is.
Cheers.
Cheers.
There you go. Oh yeah, let's go.
2022.
I can already taste it without the Four Season, but with the Four Season, like you said,
It just
it's
takes it to.
I do like
Putting
this. It's
out.
a nice crisp flavor.
Yeah. Champagne is a little bit on the expensive side, so if you don't want to spend that much money on a bottle of champagne, you can always get any kind of sparkling wine. There's Cinzano Prosecco.
Made me nervous. She's doing this so casually.
There's a bunch of sparkling wines that would be great for New Year's. There's Brown Brothers Sparkling Moscato.
Ooh, I swear that
So-
pop is.
Okay, so this is a nice fancy champagne.
So what are we gonna do is we did this last year.
Yeah, I remember
And we
it,
made
Kimmy.
cotton candy glitter bombs. So these, there's a special little sparkle in these cotton candy bombs, and then you just throw it in your sparkling wine. Well, you flip it over.
Okay.
I don't know if the
Is it gonna fit?
if the rim is a little maybe. I guess my champagne glasses are a little.
Stuff it.
Oh, wow. You can already see the. Oh my god. So beautiful.
Ooh!
Here we go.
I need the cotton candy just up.
Oh, look at all that
Ooh,
glitter.
here we go. Here we go.
So there you
Wow.
go. And it's just something fun to do. You can even
Look
do
at that.
sparkling cider with
see
the
that?
kids.
Oh, this is nice.
Can you see that glitter? It's so magical. It's perfect for New Year's.
Yeah, it's fun.
Nice and festive looking.
Cheers. You got a piece of cotton candy in my mouth.
If you don't want to stay home, we do have a couple events that
I was
we're
about to
sponsoring. We're doing New Year's Eve at the Hilton.
Yeah.
We're doing New Year's Eve at the Westin, and then we're also doing New Year's Eve at Icon.
Jimmy, thank you so much.
Thank you too, guys. Enjoy.
All right, that pretty much wraps it up here. You guys have a great holiday and happy New Year to all of you guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Happy New Year.